Neminaru puede orgulse wutene go busabido. Kusumoji sabido redi airi singawuro. Ferido my nebi. It's a caraway to see. Hey, it's a second feet. Ma bota che pari, ma che om nieri. Nieri, e fere che riere. E che riere. Rispetti su. Spacchi e fuoco. Ngang mi sai da udre. Ma che om nieri. Nieri, e fere che riere. Rispetti su. Spacchi e fuoco. Ngang mi sai da udre. Neminaru puede orgulse wutene go busabido. Kusumoji sabido redi airi singawuro. Ferido my nebi. It's a caraway to see. Hey, it's a second feet. Ma bota che pari, neminaru puede orgulse wutene go busabido. Kusumoji sabido redi airi singawuro. Ferido my nebi. It's a caraway to see. Hey, it's a second feet. Ma bota che pari, ma che om nieri. Nieri, kage che riere. Rispetti su. Spacchi e fuoco. Non mi sai da udre. Ma che om nieri. E fere che riere. Rispetti su. Spacchi e fuoco. Non mi sai da udre. Neminaru puede orgulse wutene go busabido. Kusumoji sabido redi airi singawuro. Ferido my nebi. It's a caraway to see. Hey, it's a second feet. Ma bota che pari, neminaru puede orgulse wutene go busabido. Kusumoji sabido redi airi singawuro. Ferido my nebi. It's a caraway to see. Hey, it's a second feet. Ma bota che pari, ma kagan fedek more. Mudo don't want me so. Tibwerigin fudum. Meri veri raum. Meniga saga se. Ma kagan fedek more. Don't want me so. Tibwerigin fudum. Meri veri raum. Meniga saga se. Neminaru puede orgulse wutene go busabido. Kusumoji sabido redi airi singawuro. Ferido my nebi. It's a caraway to see. Hey, it's a second feet. Ma bota che pari, neminaru puede orgulse wutene go busabido. Kusumoji sabido redi airi singawuro. Ferido my nebi. It's a caraway to see. Hey, it's a second feet. Ma bota che pari,
Così, Ya uli di sombranza tanmak e zu ita saluda antes di niga radzaudzan malak estrezas durante todo em memu a nogi distância como pugi palu zangiman malak guafi con una sughiairi preba tu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau esta pagua pumalapa giluk tanu man libri sentanu ti man ko badi
two of them. Love receiver, don't mess me, get the alley, cause
What a millimeter, girl, you number one. Beauty from an island man.
so I'll be sending all my love to the princess of the sea. Melanesian, Micronesian, Polynesian beauty. Island girl, pretty island girls. Love the way that you move me, move me. Oh yeah, girl, I love the way you move me. Island girl, I love the way that you do me, do me. Yeah, sing her out one more time, one ladies.
All right, let's go.
I go in every time I do a show. Gotta let you know, girls all
Good morning, Guam. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning. Let's go straight to Washington,
Yeah.
D.C. The governor is testifying right now as we speak before the Senate on the state of the U.S. territories. Let's go there live. Jason,
Okay.
are you able to do that?
Jay, which Facebook is it, my friend?
No, it's the link in the chat.
Okay, hold on. There's a link in the chat. Stand by, guys. Hey, good morning. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITN, and Jack in the Box. This morning it is a Wednesday. Bree, could you just kind of set the table for us a little bit and tell us exactly where we're going? And
We're going to Washington, D.C., where the governors of the U.S. territories, they're testifying before Senate panel on the state of the U.S. territories. So she is giving her speech right now. She's the second one. She's testifying right after the governor of the Virgin Islands. And her speech is focusing on healthcare, economic impact of COVID, the H-2B program, Medicaid, supplemental Social Security income, compact impact, self-determination, and the passage of course, the president's Build Back Better program.
Okay. And then who testified just before? Sorry, Bree, I'm
Right.
loading this thing
Yeah.
on the computer.
As I mentioned, the governor that testified right before her was the governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands. Other governors that will be testifying, the governor of Puerto Rico, American Samoa, the Virgin Islands, and a representative will be speaking before Senate on behalf of
Okay,
the
and so we
governor
now
of Saint Domingue.
join the hearing in progress where Governor Lilian Guerrero is speaking.
Be replaced to ensure safety and accreditation. Last year, the House passed the Build Back Better, included $347 million to construct a new hospital as recommended by the Army Corps. Although we are engaged in pandemic response, we remain focused on recovery. Along with economic diversification, we cannot abandon our number one industry. Before COVID-19, 1 out of 3 jobs were tourism-related. Now, arrivals have decreased by 92% and thousands have lost work. With a full recovery not expected within the next 3 years, I ask this committee to consider passing an additional relief package specifically for territories to address previous federal aid disparities and our prolonged hardship due to reliance on international tourism. To achieve full recovery, we will need help. Guam's H-2B worker population went from 0 in May 2018 to over 2,000 workers last month due to the military buildup. However, the H-2B visa exemption only helps the construction sector, mainly for the construction of a new Marine Corps base, and will expire in 2023. As we diversify our economy, we will need more workers for both civilian construction and non-construction industries as we develop the skill sets for these new ventures. I ask you to extend the exemption to 2029 and establish a Guam-only temporary need criteria within the H-2B program that would recognize other qualified need as determined by the governor of Guam. There is congressional precedence for such a program to be developed, and I hope that we can explore this further as such a program will need congressional action. Long before our struggles with the pandemic, territories were facing another healthcare crisis, mainly inequity with Medicaid. Temporary efforts have provided more funding to Guam and increased our matching rate. However, we will soon revert to annual caps and expiration dates for federal Medicaid funding and be required to match at a high 55-45 ratio. Therefore, I ask you to remove our Medicaid funding cap and expiration dates and base our matching rate on per capita income like the states in the United States. On the Compacts of Free Association treaties, I ask to participate in treaty renegotiations to include the following amendments: full reimbursement for future expenses borne by Guam attributed to compact migration, debt swap of past unreimbursed expenses, screening originating in the FAS prior to arrival to Guam, extension of Medicaid coverage to FAS citizens in their home nations, and expansion of low-income housing tax credits. On self-determination for the people of Guam, I ask you to pass a bill to advance a process to allow us to articulate our desired political status. I ask you for your favorable consideration to allow Guam as eligible benefactors of Senate Bill 2798. Lastly, I ask you to amend the bipartisan infrastructure law to include Guam in the state digital equity capacity grant program and to build back better. To pass Build Back Better, which would be significant to Guam by expanding Medicaid and the child tax credit, extend SSI to Guam, provide more support in education, housing, child care, and infrastructure needs, especially for a new public hospital, and position Guam's economy for stronger growth, which will advance our nation's competitive global position. We look to your leadership and assistance in addressing these issues for Guam. On behalf of a grateful island, Sidrus Maasi, and thank you for all of your efforts to protect not just our nation, but the islands and the territories in our Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor. Now we have Governor Magal from Samoa.
Talofa and greeting from American Samoa. I want to thank you, Honorable Chairman Menching, Ranking Member Marshall, distinguished members of the committee for this opportunity to share with you some of the challenges facing our territory. And thank you for your ongoing effort to improve our nation. First of all, I would like to thank Chairman Menching of all the hard work and committee that has put into this effort. Thank you for the role in passing the ARPA and a bipartisan infrastructure bill investment. This funding has allowed us to realize what we have hoped and dreamed of. In a year, we have repatriated thousands of citizens in the face of COVID-19 and are able to work around travel restrictions, limiting flights to and from the U.S. to 2 in a month to American Samoa. Our vaccination effort has reached more than 80% of our population counting. And we continue to push through with our quarantine operations with the oncoming flights. It has been a roller coaster for American Samoa, and God has been good to us amongst the highs and lows of 2021. This pandemic has turned our world inside out. Thus, trying to get back to normalcy is a challenge. From health, welfare, security, education, food safety and security, infrastructure, life, our freedom, and faith are all being tested by the COVID-19. We're fighting on the front line for life and death because of the pandemic. Leaders can't suspend other long-term challenges of our nation, i.e. the global warming and infrastructures, education, and so forth. Again, thank you for ARPA and thank you for the bipartisan infrastructure bill. Supports our states and territory in the U.S. With all this, American Samoa faces challenges in expediting.
All right, we're breaking in here, Bree.
We are seeking
what were we just
relief
watching?
from matching local.
We were watching a Senate hearing on the state of the U.S. territories. So several of the governors from the U.S. territories are talking about, what they're experiencing, whether it's from the pandemic and other issues related to U.S. territory. So the governor, she was the second one to testify before the Senate panel. And as expected, she did focus on health care, a new hospital, the economic impact of COVID, the H-2B program. She talked about tourism and how it's decreased by 92%. Thousands have lost work, not expecting a full recovery for at least 3 years. She also asked for an additional relief package, but for it to be specifically for U.S. territories. Again, she talked about the H-2B program going from 0 workers from back in May of 2018 to just 2,000 workers last month. And a lot of that military is going to military construction. She talked about Medicaid and the need to remove the Medicaid funding cap and the expiration match, a compact impact. She asked that Guam be able to participate in treaty renegotiations. She asked for full reimbursement, a debt swap for past unreimbursed expenses. Again, the extension of Medicaid coverage to FAS citizens in their home nations. She talked about self-determination and asked the Senate to pass a bill to advance this process. The infrastructure law to include Guam related to, I believe, digital type of programs. And pass the Build Back Better Guam, again, expanding Medicaid and the child tax credit and extending the SSI benefits to Guam. And also the infrastructure funding for the new hospital.
Right,
that
and then
she wants to build.
We also have CNMI Governor Ralph Torres is scheduled to testify. We'll jump back in.
I believe it's a representative from
from
his office. I didn't get the name, but I think he is last to testify in the order.
And obviously the governor, he wouldn't be able to testify in person anyway because as Tomas Manglona reported, he did test positive for COVID, so he's isolating right now.
My bad.
So her speech today really follows the winter meeting of the National Governors Association that occurred yesterday, and that's where all the other governors from the rest of the country attend their meetings. And one of their discussions focused on the polarizing partnership that continues to grip Washington. It was moderated by billionaire philanthropist David Rubenstein, who at one point singled out Governor Lulian Guerrero for a question. So if we have that, we can put
We do have it. Again, this is the link. It is Wednesday, February 2nd. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITE, and Jack in the Box. Good morning.
There are a number of governors who are female. At the moment, I see one here. So is it true that females are better at being bipartisan than males?
Absolutely.
Okay. Right. Anything else you might want to add?
I just want to say that being elected as the first Chamorro woman in Guam was a great honor, and I helped very much. Thank you. I hold very close to my heart the sacredness of the job. And to me, at the end of the day, everything that we do, whether it's through Congress or through mayors or through local officials, it's to better the lives of our people. And that has always been my mantra, which is, what do I do to better the lives of our people? And that means working with everybody. And we just came from listening to infrastructure, and the greatest message that I took away is communication and talking to people and making sure everybody is cooperating and collating and working together. So even during the pandemic, which has been a great strain for our people also, people ask me, how do I feel? And every day, I still say to them, I love my job. I really do love my job. And it's about helping our people, whether it's in the island of Guam, or in Puerto Rico, or in the Virgin Islands, or in California. We are all here together to work stronger for the betterment of our people's lives. So,
Thank you.
Yes, I do love my job, and absolutely.
Okay. So, Governor.
Leon Guerrero. Bree, that was yesterday, the winter meetings for the National Governors Association?
Right. That was yesterday.
And I'm sure all the U.S. territories are having fun with the winter meetings. So speaking of the U.S. territories, the Honorable Pedro Pierluisi, Puerto Rico, is submitting his testimony right now. So we would expect a representative from the Commonwealth of the Northern Marianas to be within the next few minutes.
Right. We want to go ahead and go there. But again, the governor did. She was second to testify after the U.S. Virgin Islands governor. And as expected, she did talk about the new hospital, compact impact, wanting a seat at the table and renegotiations, the H-2B program.
What was the ask specific to was there an ask for funding for the hospital or the new hospital?
Right, and inclusion in the Build Back Better program that's still before, I believe that's still before Congress. Yeah. But she did ask for a separate relief package just for U.S. territories, which I thought was really pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely a lot of asking going on. 6:31, so we'll go to
ask if you're going to get.
Closed mouths don't get fed.
Yep.
And it's going to be Finance Secretary David Atalig who's going to be testifying on behalf of Governor Ralph Torres. Did you want to just jump back in this hearing?
Yeah.
We'll jump in right now testifying Jay.
Yeah, this is the distinguished gentleman from Puerto Rico, of course, the Honorable Pedro Pierluisi.
Generation and towards renewables. While we're working to rebuild the island's economy and its infrastructure, there remain certain long-term fundamental inequities that we need to address. Several of these inequities are in social programs, and Medicaid is a good example of how these inequities uniquely affect Puerto Rico. All American citizens who are eligible to receive Medicaid coverage get it, except for those who reside in Puerto Rico and the other U.S. territories. Puerto Rico, for example, must contend with a Medicaid program based on capped federal funding and additional short-term funding that lurches from cliff to cliff. Unless this issue is addressed before June 30th of this year, Puerto Rico will be forced to make very difficult choices among competing needs that will impact the accessibility and quality of its healthcare system. I ask this committee to ensure that the Medicaid program basically applied to Puerto Rico as in the States. Puerto Rico has been a U.S. territory for over 124 years. And it is important to realize that even after the successful restructuring of our public finances and the rebuilding of our infrastructure, Puerto Rico will remain hindered until our century-long status question is resolved. Our nation is engaged in a serious debate about voting rights, with both Democrats and Republicans underscoring that the right to vote is the cornerstone of our democracy. The people of Puerto Rico voted and chose permanent union with the United States through statehood as their path forward. So many Puerto Ricans have defended American democratic values at home and abroad that lack of representation and voting rights, as well as congressional inaction, are unacceptable. Congress must call for a vote on Puerto Rico's political future and commit to implementing the will of the majority. That is what democracy is all about. It is time to act. Thank you.
Governor, thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now we're going to have Mr. Atalig. Thank you, sir. Secretary.
Thank you, Chairman Manchin, for allowing me to speak and put in the record the oral testimony of our Honorable Governor Ralph Torres. Hafaday and Tiro from the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Thank you, Chairman Manchin, Ranking Member Marshall, and members of this committee for holding this important hearing to hear about the state of the U.S. territories. Please accept my apologies for not being able to join this hearing in person. When I last appeared before this committee in 2019, the world was a dramatically different place. The pandemic has altered the way in which the Senate conducts its important business, how millions of people around our nation manage their lives, and has dramatically altered the state of the U.S. territory of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. In the CNMI, we firmly believe that we are Mariana strong. Being Mariana strong is the recognition that we have within us the resilience to overcome tremendous challenges uniting even when we disagree, and rebuilding and recovering as one community. While the nation works towards adjusting to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have experienced a decade and more of singular events reshaping our lives over and over again. Typhoon Soudelor in 2015 and Super Typhoon Yutu in 2018 devastated the islands, destroyed many homes, closed commercial activity, and reset our understanding of our vulnerabilities against a changing climate. The nature of this present crisis is different for the Sinamay in many ways. The secondary impacts of the crisis and our mitigation response levied a disproportionate burden on our small, tourism-focused economy. Since the collapse of the Sinamay's manufacturing sector, the economy is solely reliant on international travel and tourism. This pandemic halted this sole economic driver in its tracks and once more left the Sinamay peering over the edge of another economic depression. We were not alone this time, however, and our challenges were shared by communities throughout the nation. We were incorporated into the national discussion and, most importantly, aided in the national response. I am grateful for the assistance we have received in the American Rescue Plan Act, and I thank the members of this committee for your support of the needs of the territories. The Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act will allow the Sinamay to invest in critical infrastructure and address resources needs to ensure that our communities can grow while withstanding current and future weather and climate-related challenges with minimal physical damage or disruption to our communities. As the Sinamay looks at the possibilities made available through federal government assistance, I must reinforce a message that I have brought to this committee many times before. The issues of the Sinamay's labor force are well known by this committee. And I ask once more, and thank you for your willingness to assist in fostering a strong U.S. workforce in the Sinamay. I am proud to say that the Sinamay has taken the mandates of the Northern Mariana Islands U.S. Workforce Act seriously and have made considerable progress for the U.S. workers in our economy. Should the timely deployment of federal resources to support the economic needs of the Commonwealth be of importance to Congress, a nuanced understanding of these challenges and a new look into the accessibility of the CW1 to support these goals in the Sinamay is warranted. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and ARPA provided the opportunities to address many of the longstanding concerns of the Sinamay that are specific to our ability to better manage our economic development and make a real investment in the infrastructure of the Sinamay and the lives of its people. As the nation works to build resilient infrastructure with a once-in-a-generation investment through Build Back Better, there are opportunities to acknowledge and address the unique capacity and infrastructure challenges of the U.S. territories in order to work towards national efforts to provide immediate and long-lasting relief to the communities and businesses. I request your partnership in seeking a permanent allotment of 3,000 CW1 permits to support construction activities that are inclusive of those unrelated to presidential declared disasters. During the transition period as a means to deploy funding to support critical infrastructure projects and provide for an additional means to support employment across various sectors of our economy. We are working to respond to the many needs of the Sinamay's infrastructure, but we see a tremendous opportunity to advance the real progression towards equal standards of living with the larger United States through the Build Back Better initiative. I have spoken in support of the Biden administration's Build Back Better proposal, and we greatly appreciate the work of the White House in listening to the needs of our islands. I ask for your consideration and support of the Build Back Better and request further consideration of the challenges experienced by the territories and the many ways continued investment in the long-term potential of our islands expands the power of this great country around the world. Despite its supreme challenges, I do wish for these islands I love to be defined by these limitations. The hardworking people of the Sinamay who are used to struggle and hardship are also deserving of a modern infrastructure that supports economic development, a better quality of life, safety and health, and consideration for health of the environment. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to provide this written testimony on the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. I am hopeful for the progress that will be made with the federal assistance for the betterment of our nation and the people of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Sidus Mase. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank all of you. Now we're going to start our questioning from the senators, and I'll begin with, I'm going to ask a couple, general question to all of you. Think about this. How is inflation harming you or helping you or not affecting you, whatever? If inflation is a problem, how about COVID? Is COVID, you see a downturn there? Is it still rising? And have we done enough in the U.S. to support you with all the tools that you need to try to keep all of your people as healthy as possible and your vaccination rates? Final question I'll ask is, what part of the COVID response that we had, the COVID assistance, over $5.4 trillion and another 1.2 coming in the infrastructure, what was the greatest help you had that you thought was a benefit for your island, for your people, and what more can we do to help? So if you want to start, we'll just start, Governor Bryant, with you, and inflation, COVID, and then also the assistance of the COVID relief.
Thank you, Senator. I'll start on a positive note. The COVID relief was a blessing. The CARES Act, the initial $75 million we had was very flexible. We used it to do a number of things, including manage the incredible amount of marine traffic we had come to the Virgin Islands after everyone else in the Caribbean closed their ports. Inflation, just to put it in perspective for you, a bucket of chicken in the Virgin Islands is $50. That's fast food Kentucky Fried Chicken. That was before COVID. Now we're seeing construction, everything going through the roof.
How much is a bucket of chicken now?
It's probably 60. The 1,200 square foot home, affordable home in the Virgin Islands, 1,200 square feet is $450,000. We're still recovering from 2 hurricanes, and everything, 90% of everything, probably 95% of everything we have is shipped in. So under tremendous duress. The flexibility of funds is the most important thing to us as we move through COVID. We have storm damaged hospitals. One in St. Croix that still, we haven't been able to open the temporary hospital yet. So the COVID was a particular challenge, but we have been doing well in the Caribbean. And because of those dollars, testing.
What's the percentage of your citizens?
52% by the CDC, but by the new census, 65% of our people are vaccinated, and 85% of people over 65 are vaccinated.
I'm going to have to ask you all to, if you can, to expedite that because we don't have so much time. So, Governor, if you can, yes.
Thank you very much, Senator. Our COVID vaccination rate for eligible population, this is 5 years and older, is 95%. Our total population vaccination rate is 85%. During our COVID relief, the biggest help really is the testing, the vaccinations, the monoclonal treatments, and also bringing in some healthcare resources, personnel that have come through FEMA, military, and also we used our National Guard. And the ability to use the National Guard with the extensions of Title 32. Inflation, as the previous governor, Governor Bryan stated, we are also impacted with high cost of prices as a result because of the shipping costs and also because of cost in gas, fuel, and so forth. So
most of the supply chain?
Yes.
And okay. And
right now, our grocery stores are half empty because of the ships not coming in as a result of what's happening out in California with the containers being spilled out and not being able to be offloaded and sent off to the various ships.
What was the greatest help you received from the COVID package after all the COVID packages we tried to help with last year? Which one helped you the most?
The ARP.
ARP?
Was one of the best ones.
Okay.
Yes.
And we have, I think I have Governor Malgu. I think I got that, yeah. Malga. Governor Malga, how about yourself?
Mr. Chairman, the honorable members of the committee, American Samoa feels the same problems or issues with the neighboring territories. Inflation is one of the we want to address. The cost of living has gone up since the COVID-19. For instance, a cement bag that cost about $8 is now more than $20 per cement bag. And cost of building materials has went up as well. The ship transportation in the oceans and sea are very slow to American Samoa. So a lot of our projects and what we do here in American Samoa has to be await for shipping to come in. Food security is another issue that we're going to be facing in the near future because of the sea transportation is slow and not forthcoming as usual. Usually we get 2 ships a week, and now we're getting about 2 ships a month.
How about COVID? How's COVID affecting you, sir, if I may ask?
COVID, yes, COVID, we have, thank you for the vaccination part of American Samoa. We have 82% vaccinated, and we're still working on getting make sure up to the 90+%.
Great. What was the greatest help you got from the COVID package?
We have restarted the infrastructure build-up since COVID in terms of building our infrastructure to cope with the case, just in case the COVID spread to American Samoa. We have rebuilt the schools. We have rebuilt some of the health facilities as well as our LPGA.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir, so much, Doctor. And then we have Governor Pierluisi.
In terms of inflation, we are particularly concerned about the costs of construction. The Associated General Contractors Puerto Rico chapter reports that the increase is about 25%, this is really unprecedented. And I'm concerned about it because we're in the midst of an unprecedented reconstruction effort using FEMA funding and CDBG-DR and MIT funding. So that's one that...
Do you have a labor problem also?
We do. And
do all of you have a labor problem?
Yes.
Yeah, labor shortage. We lost some population. We're trying to attract some of that population back, including in the construction sector. In terms of the COVID, I have to say that we've done very well. I mean, our vaccination rates are on the top. And by the way, look what happens when you treat us equally. You treated Puerto Rico equally in terms of the number of vaccines, medicines, test kits, and so on. And we did better than most states.
That's a great point.
And now, one thing you asked about the CARES program, the CARES and American Rescue Plan. I have to say that when giving flexibility is very good. We were able to incentivize the economy. We not only gave premium pay incentives to essential workers in our economy, we also incentivized workers to come back to their places of employment in the middle of the pandemic. And we incentivized our tourism industry, which is key for our future. So that flexibility I have to praise.
Okay, and if Mr. Hagler, very quickly, if you can give us a little breakdown very quickly, because I've taken much more time than I should have.
Yes, thank you. As far as inflation, we among the territories have the same experience. Shipping cost, the cost of goods coming here from the mainland. Labor. Our COVID numbers, we have a little spike right now, but we're doing really good. Our vaccination rate is 99.3% as a population.
You win the ribbon today.
We have tools. You mentioned the tools from the different packages. FEMA has been great, a great partner since the devastation, disasters we've had. We've continued that partnership. As far as what's the most benefit package, obviously it's the ARPA and the sections where funding was available for the territory government with provisions of government and monies to give and help households. So we gave our own local stimulus as well as assisted our people with their utilities.
Thank you. I'm going to go vote. Senator Heinrich is going to take over for me, and then we're going to go to Senator Langford right now for his questioning.
Right now.
Right now. Senator Marshall left you.
Thank you. Y'all, thanks for being here as well. I appreciate the engagement. This is helpful for us to be able to get context. Obviously, most of us don't get out to where you are very often. And so we are scattered across every time zone. And so grateful to be able to have the dialogue and to be able to go through the key issues. I appreciate the insight. My questions actually are dealing with an issue dealing with the Northern Mariana Islands specifically. So I know we are actually currently multiple time zones away to be able to go through this conversation as well. But I want to be able to ask about some of the immigration policies there and the influence of China in specific and what's happening in the islands. What are you seeing as far as traffic, individuals, tourism, and such coming into the islands at this point from China?
Thank you, Senator Lanford. Obviously, with the pandemic and the effects of international travel, we've had zero travel tourism from China. We do have a travel bubble with South Korea, but as far as China is concerned, in the last couple of years, it's a non-factor.
So go back 2019 and before, because we saw a pretty rapid rise of Chinese nationals construction. I know there were several different challenges with labor laws being violated with the 45-day basically visa process to be able to come from China, that we saw some Chinese companies coming and doing construction, bringing in Chinese nationals, not paying them basic wages there, and then moving back and forth. What do you anticipate happens once we get to the other side of COVID, even so, Lord come, when that day comes? What do you anticipate happens? Do we return right back to that again?
No, thank you for that question. This pandemic gave us an opportunity to revisit a lot of the policies we have as a Commonwealth. And one of the issues is in our tourism sector, obviously. We had issues with, unregistered Airbnbs and attracting foreigners from coming in. And we've working very closely with the Governor's Council of Economic Advisors that are looking at different policies and issues to correct things. It gives us an opportunity to reset and make some policy decisions to better and improve on some of those issues.
Terrific. Want to get a chance to be able to follow through on that some. 2009, when the new visa process came into place on that, with Chinese nationals able to come in faster and easier into the process. My understanding from the records that we can find, and we haven't found all records on this, but my understanding from the records that foreign individuals that were foreign born coming into the islands and having a child, there were 10 in 2009, but by 2018 there were 600. That there seemed to be an influx of individuals coming from China to the Northern Mariana Islands, having a child there. Obviously, that's significant for us in the United States if a Chinese national is actually coming in to be able to have a child there. Have you seen that trend? Where's that trend in 2019? That's the year we don't have. Did that continue? Once we reopen again at post-COVID, what happens with that type of tourism?
That's an excellent question. I think what we've done locally is address that. Our Commonwealth Health Center has spiked the cost for foreigners to get services in our hospitals for delivery and things of that nature has spiked up. It has reduced the number. You got to also think, keep in mind, we don't control our borders in terms of immigration.
Right.
And so when these people come in and go through, Customs and Border Patrol, we're stuck with the challenges that was allowed to be brought in.
What do you need from us to be able to help you? Obviously, raising the price in the hospitals and everything else for delivery costs. There's a lot of folks who be willing to pay a lot of money to be able to have American citizenship. I get that, and have access to the rest of the country. What do you need from us to be able to help you in these challenges?
I think we need some policy changes and control, a little bit more flexibility in our control of the borders. As we've had that control in the past, we didn't have that issue prior to that. But I think, Senator Lanford, this is a question that I'll bring back to our leaders and be responsible to give a great response.
Okay. Well, I'd very much appreciate that. Obviously, we don't want to hurt tourism. That's a major feature of the economy, and we understand that, want to be able to recover again. But we want to be able to protect the integrity of the workforce, what's actually happening there, and also the multitude of issues with birth tourism that can dramatically affect what's happening in the entire country with that. So I'll look forward to getting a chance to get your input and ideas back. Thank you.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you. Thank you again, governors and secretary, for being here as well. So appreciate your comments today. Governor Bryan, let me start with you. After Hurricane Irma and Maria, it was clear that the islands were struggling to rebuild, as well as how critically important federal disaster funding was to that rebuilding. Can you describe how rebuilding and recovery have progressed, and particularly given the challenges that you face because of the COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, we have definitely, thank you for that, Senator. We've definitely struggled for the first, we've been in office 3 years now, and the first 2 years was a lot of cleaning up and getting to a right place with FEMA. With the advent of Deanne Criswell as the administrator coming from a state, she has been tremendous in helping us resolve a lot of those matters. Still, we have a lot of matters pending. Key places like our roads and especially our hospitals are not done yet. Our schools are not rebuilt. As you can imagine, having COVID-19 and shutting down of all these government offices with one hospital on each island, we had to continuously delay this from happening. But we have been very strategic, and I'm happy to report that our fiscal policy, our fiscal situation has vastly improved. Our insolvency and our retirement system, yesterday we had a positive vote from our legislature. We're going to resolve that. We paid off a lot of our debts, and thanks to this body, we're forgiven over $300 million in community disaster loans. So we're coming along nicely. We still have some challenges with HUD and getting those funds out quickly so we can start rebuilding homes. But other than that, we're doing well.
Thank you. And Governor Pierre Luisi, same question to you. Rebuilding after the hurricanes, what progress have you made? And talk about, if you would, your energy independence that you are looking at doing as well, or at least the clean energy that you're looking at incorporating in Puerto Rico.
The reconstruction is well underway. For about 3 years after the hurricanes hit us, and this was back in 2017, for about 3 years, a bit more, we were basically getting emergency assistance, repairing, but not really dealing with permanent projects. Last year, I took office in January. We started doing permanent projects, and now the estimate is that we'll be having 2,000 construction projects ongoing this very year. And this, you're talking about the whole wide range of infrastructure projects. Now, the economy did very well last year, amazingly so. We grew. We hadn't grown for some time. So it was a 3% growth. The New York's Federal Reserve, the New York chapter, said that our economy performed the best in their region, particularly in unemployment and employment numbers. We've always been lagging in terms of labor participation. There has been a very significant increase in labor participation lately, and our unemployment is at a level that we hadn't seen for more than 10 years. So we're on our way back. Having said that, you mentioned energy. We're in the midst of this energy transformation, and let me tell you, it is challenging. We have a very aggressive and proactive renewable energy portfolio set in law, and I am committed to doing that, turning to renewables. But in the process, we have, at any time, roughly 40% of our energy production comes from oil-burning plants. And it is very likely that we won't be able to comply with EPA air emission standards in the coming years. I need to turn to LNG in a hurry. So I need help from the federal government so that we use LNG as a transition energy while we turn to renewables, which is our goal, it's our standard. So that's a challenging area. The system is stable as we speak. We we privatized the transmission and distribution of energy in Puerto Rico. There were some growing pains, but now it's clearly stable. And on the generation side, we're about to privatize as well the operation and maintenance of our legacy assets, our generation plants. And we will, because we couldn't keep doing more of the same. The energy system in Puerto Rico was a public-owned monopoly that really underperformed, and it was really embarrassing the way it acted after the hurricanes. We don't want to go back there. So I'm committed to doing this transformation, but again, I admit that it is challenging.
Thank you. I know my time is almost up. I'm going to submit the rest of my questions for the record. And I am interested, Governor, in your comments about PROMESA and winding down the board and what that looks like. I will submit those for the record, however.
Okay.
Thank you.
Senator Marshall's going to let Senator Murkowski go next. So,
thank you, Senator, and thank you for having this hearing. I think it is an oftentimes underappreciated part of this committee's jurisdiction is the oversight that we have of our territories, and the fact that we only get an update every seemingly couple years is really not often enough. I was interested in listening to the responses to Senator Manchin's question about the impacts from inflation, COVID, workforce. And I'm just reminded that what happens in the United States is what is happening out on your islands, but it's just magnified 10, 20, 30, 40 times over. Because when you are when you're a group of islands like we have in the Northern Marianas, where you've got what round numbers 50,000 people collectively, and you have an opportunity to access infrastructure funds, super great, you get the money, but you have no workers. We're going to be talking about how we can connect everybody, but you've got some geography considerations that people in Nevada and New Mexico just cannot appreciate. And so the opportunity for us to understand the impact of COVID, the impact of what it means as a territory to be the recipient of federal resources to help you out, but to understand that you need certain amounts of flexibility. Mr. Secretary, I was out there in CNMI back in 2018 when there were no available workers, and we were talking about the CW1 worker visas then. And so I can only imagine that after all you've gone through since that time, suffering the hurricanes that you have, the damage and the rebuilding that you need to do, now you've got an opportunity to build something, but you don't have workers. And I was in the USVI, and it was good to see you again, Governor Bryan. But when we looked at that hospital that had been blown out, you could see through the entire hospital there on St. Croix after the damage from Hurricane Maria. And to hear you say you're still building out after that, okay, now we want to come in with broadband, we want to help with infrastructure, but where are we getting the workforce? And so this is more of a rhetorical question for you all right now, but know that that is something that I'm keying in very dramatically. Governor Bryan, you mentioned the tourism, and I know in all of your other areas, same as well. You rely on tourism for that economic base, but when you can't get, whether it's the seasonal workers, COVID has impacted your ability to get cruise ships. We relate to that directly in Alaska. We lost an entire 2 years of our tourism season. So maybe this is just me saying I feel your pain, but it's something important for this committee to recognize that we need to give you some flexible tools when it comes with the benefits of whether it's ARPA funding or whether it is the funding that is coming our way under the infrastructure bill. Let me ask about just energy costs, because you have all indicated to the chairman here that cost of living has gone up, but in so many of the islands, I know you're powering yourself still off of diesel generation. You've got a little bit of renewable that you're trying to integrate, but realistically, how much progress have you made when it comes to more affordable energy for your respective islands? And we'll start with Governor Bryan.
Thank you, Senator. And definitely, I love that you feel it so and understand where we're coming from. Just to put it in perspective, with the rising energy costs now in terms of fuel, our energy costs are going to go to 48 cents a kilowatt hour. That's then an average American pays like 10 cents a kilowatt hour. So we need speed in getting to energy independence and getting more renewables in there. So that's tremendously impactful of what we're doing. We have money to do it now, but it takes time, permitting, planning, and all the rest. Our housing situation is desperate as well too, because the hotels were destroyed. So everybody has to stay in Airbnbs. Airbnbs are 10 times as more profitable as workforce housing. So our middle class is really doing well collecting those rent, but our working class can't get any place to stay. One bedroom went in St. Croix from $600 to $1,500 a month. Great for the economy, bad for workers. There was another piece of your question.
Well, let me, because my time is out and I really can't go over too much, but I just want to ask Governor Guerrero, in Guam, again, Guam is an island where you're still pretty much reliant on diesel for your power generation. What impact has that had on the people in Guam?
It is very expensive for our people. And so we're progressing towards alternative solar energy. And our power generation is working towards meeting those mandated goals that we have set forth. Additionally, our gasoline costs, fuel costs for cars is $5.19 a gallon. And so what we're looking at is we're strategizing to the direction of electrical vehicles. And so certainly the infrastructure bill will help us with that. I would love to have all of our island transport be electrical vehicles. We're only 30 miles long and 8 miles wide, so we wouldn't have to be charging that frequently. So these are some of the ideas and innovations that we're trying to decrease energy costs to our residents and our island people so that there's more cash flow for them for more spending money for their families.
Mr. Chairman, I'm well over my time, but I think this is just true throughout all the region, the cost that people are paying for their fuel, for their electricity, for their vehicles. We've got to have different solutions. That's what this committee likes to focus on. But you're right, it takes a long time to make that transition, and you are in high-cost areas to begin with. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Governor Pierluisi, I was quite proud to introduce the Puerto Rico Statehood and Mission Act along with a number of my fellow senators. And if passed, this legislation would serve as Congress's formal offer of statehood to Puerto Rico.
All right, and again, that was coverage,
there have been a number
Sabrina, of Senate
plebiscites.
energy hearing?
Right, on the state of the U.S. territories. So you had governors from all of the U.S. territories testifying before this panel this morning. And so Governor Lilian Guerrero, she testified second after the governor of the U.S. Virgin Islands. The governor talked about support, asked for support for a new hospital, the decline in tourism, the H-2B visa situation. She asked for parity with Medicaid, asked for a seat at the table for Compact Impact, asked for a bill to advance the process for self-determination, the State Digital Equity Capacity Grant Program, and the Build Back Better Act. Again, she also asked for a new relief package, but specifically for U.S. territories.
Yeah, it was interesting how some of the other governors talked about projects that were able to do with the ARP, but the governor was very short in her answer on what was the best assistance that we received from the federal government. She said the ARP was the best one, which I thought was a little ironic because according to the latest spending report filed with the legislature, there's still about $400 million in ARP funds sitting in the bank. So that was definitely interesting. What were some of the other takeaways, Bree? Because she did make asks relative to compact impact, right?
Right, she did. She asked for a seat at the table in treaty negotiations. She asked for full reimbursement, a debt swap for past unpaid reimbursements, and the extension of Medicaid coverage to FAS citizens in their home nations.
All right. It is 7:10 here. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. We're going to go ahead and get into our first look at news. And again, guys, we started the show right off the bat. We went straight to Washington, D.C. To carry that hearing. We also have a couple clips from Governor Lulian Guerrero, who is in Washington, D.C., obviously, first it was for the National Governors Association winter meetings, and then also to testify at that Senate hearing. It is 7:10. Our first look at news is brought to you by Pacific Points, here with the very latest from the KUAM News.
This news
Good
update
morning,
is brought to you
Sabrina
by
Salas
Pacific
Martinoni.
Points.
Right, and
Do
as Chris
more,
mentioned,
get
the
more.
governor did testify on the Senate state of U.S. territories. We're going to play her soundbite as well as David Talig, who testified on behalf of CNMI Governor Ralph Torres. As we have reported, he did test positive for COVID. So he did send Mr. Talig to represent him and read his speech before the Senate panel. Do we want to go ahead and run both? We'll run first start with the governor's speech.
Governor Lulian Guerrero?
Yes, Governor Lulian Guerrero.
You are, sir.
Thank you.
Chairman Manchin, Ranking Member Marshall, and esteemed members of the committee, a warm Hafa from Guam, where America's Day truly begins. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of our island and her people on advancing issues and policies important to the territories. Mr. Chairman, as a former governor, you know full well the challenges we face, and I want to personally acknowledge your longstanding commitment to addressing many of the perennial issues we continue to confront, particularly during these uncertain times. COVID-19 has undoubtedly tested the human capacities and spirit of communities across the globe. But as Americans, as Chamorros, we are resourceful and we are resilient. With 94% of Guam's eligible population protected, we've prevented our healthcare system from collapsing, and at the end of the day, lives were saved. I am grateful to the Biden administration and the Congress for their support in ensuring that states and territories have the resources to continue to combat this virus. Beyond resilient, we are equally resourceful. Traveling nurses assigned to Guam can vouch for the tenacity of our local healthcare heroes who quite literally keep the hospital roof from falling. But Band-Aid fixes are not a long-term solution for our facilities, which are desperate need of critical care. In 2019, the Army Corps of Engineers assessed and recommended that our public hospital be replaced to ensure safety and accreditation. Last year, the House passed the Build Back Better Act, which included $347 million to construct a new hospital as recommended by the Army Corps. Although we are engaged in pandemic response, we remain focused on recovery. Along with economic diversification, we cannot abandon our #1 industry. Before COVID-19, 1 out of 3 jobs were tourism-related. Now, arrivals have decreased by 92% and thousands have lost work. With a full recovery not expected within the next 3 years, I ask this committee to consider passing an additional relief package specifically for territories to address previous federal aid disparities and our prolonged hardship due to reliance on international tourism. To achieve full recovery, we will need help. Guam's H-2B worker population went from 0 in May 2018 to over 2,000 workers last month due to the military buildup. However, the H-2B visa exemption only helps the construction sector, mainly for the construction of a new Marine Corps base, and will expire in 2023. As we diversify our economy, we will need more workers for both civilian construction and non-construction industries as we develop the skill sets for these new ventures. I ask you to extend the exemption to 2029 and establish a Guam-only temporary need criteria within the H-2B program that would recognize other qualified need as determined by the Governor of Guam. There is congressional precedence for such a program to be developed, and I hope that we can explore this further as such a program will need congressional action. Long before our struggles with the pandemic, territories were facing another healthcare crisis, mainly inequity with Medicaid. Temporary efforts have provided more funding to Guam and increased our matching rate. However, we will soon revert to annual caps and expiration dates for federal Medicaid funding and be required to match at a high 55-45 ratio. Therefore, I ask you to remove our Medicaid funding cap and expiration dates and base our matching rate on per capita income like the states in the United States. On the Compacts of Free Association treaties, I ask to participate in treaty renegotiations to include the following amendments. Full reimbursement for future expenses borne by Guam attributed to compact migration. Debt swap of past unreimbursed expenses, screening originating in the FAS prior to arrival to Guam, extension of Medicaid coverage to FAS citizens in their home nations, and expansion of low-income housing tax credits. On self-determination for the people of Guam, I ask you to pass a bill to advance a process to allow us to articulate our desired political status. I ask you for your favorable consideration to allow Guam as eligible benefactors of Senate Bill 2798. Lastly, I ask you to amend the bipartisan infrastructure law to include Guam in the state digital equity capacity grant program and to build back better. To pass Build Back Better, which would be significant to Guam by expanding Medicaid and the child tax credit, extend SSI to Guam, provide more support in education, housing, child care, and infrastructure needs, especially for a new public hospital, and position Guam's economy for stronger growth, which will advance our nation's competitive global position. We look to your leadership and assistance in addressing these issues for Guam. On behalf of a grateful island, Sidrus Maasi, and thank you for all of your efforts to protect not just our nation, but the islands and the territories. Increasing female CEOs in our digital and our industry.
Thank you, Chairman Manchin, for allowing me to speak and put in the record the oral testimony of our Honorable Governor Ralph Torres. Hafaday and Tiro from the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Thank you, Chairman Manchin, Ranking Member Marshall, and members of this committee for holding this important hearing to hear about the state of the U.S. territories. Please accept my apologies for not being able to join this hearing in person. When I last appeared before this committee in 2019, the world was a dramatically different place. The pandemic has altered the way in which the Senate conducts its important business, how millions of people around our nation manage their lives, and has dramatically altered the state of the U.S. territory of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. In the CNMI, we firmly believe that we are Marianas strong. Being Marianas strong is the recognition that we have within us the resilience to overcome tremendous challenges, uniting even when we disagree, and rebuilding and recovering as one community. While the nation works towards adjusting to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have experienced a decade and more of singular events reshaping our lives over and over again. Typhoon Soudelor in 2015 and Super Typhoon Yutu in 2018 devastated the islands, destroyed many homes, closed commercial activity, and reset our understanding of our vulnerabilities against a changing climate. The nature of this present crisis is different for the CNMI in many ways. The secondary impacts of the crisis and our mitigation response levied a disproportionate burden on our small, tourism-focused economy. Since the collapse of the CNMI's manufacturing sector, the economy is solely reliant on international travel and tourism. This pandemic halted this sole economic driver in its tracks and once more left the CNMI peering over the edge of another economic depression. We were not alone this time, however, and our challenges were shared by communities throughout the nation. We were incorporated into the national discussion and, most importantly, aided in the national response. I am grateful for the assistance we have received in the American Rescue Plan Act, and I thank the members of this committee for your support of the needs of the territories. The Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act will allow the CNMI to invest in critical infrastructure and address resources needs to ensure that our communities can grow while withstanding current and future weather and climate-related challenges with minimal physical damage or disruption to our communities. As the CNMI looks at the possibilities made available through federal government assistance, I must reinforce a message that I have brought to this committee many times before. The issues of the CNMI's labor force are well known by this committee, and I ask once more and thank you for your willingness to assist in fostering a strong U.S. workforce in the CNMI. I am proud to say that the CNMI has taken the mandates of the Northern Mariana Islands U.S. Workforce Act seriously and have made considerable progress for the U.S. workers in our economy. Should the timely deployment of federal resources to support the economic needs of the Commonwealth be of importance to Congress, a nuanced understanding of these challenges and a new look into the accessibility of the CW1 to support these goals in the CNMI is warranted. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and ARPA provided the opportunities to address many of the longstanding concerns of the CNMI that are specific to our ability to better manage our economic development and make a real investment in the infrastructure of the CNMI and the lives of its people. As the nation works to build resilient infrastructure with a once-in-a-generation investment through Build Back Better, there are opportunities to acknowledge and address the unique capacity and infrastructure challenges of the U.S. territories in order to work towards national efforts to provide immediate and long-lasting relief to the communities and businesses. I request your partnership in seeking a permanent allotment of 3,000 CW1 permits to support construction activities that are inclusive of those unrelated to presidential declared disasters. During the transition period as a means to deploy funding to support critical infrastructure projects and provide for an additional means to support employment across various sectors of our economy. We are working to respond to the many needs of the CNMI's infrastructure, but we see a tremendous opportunity to advance the real progression towards equal standards of living with the larger United States through the Build Back Better initiative. I have spoken in support of the Biden administration's Build Back Better proposal, and we greatly appreciate the work of the White House in listening to the needs of our islands. I ask for your consideration and support of the Build Back Better and request further consideration of the challenges experienced by the territories and the many ways continued investment in the long-term potential of our islands expands the power of this great country around the world. Despite its supreme challenges, I do wish for these islands I love to be defined by these limitations. The hardworking people of the CNMI who are used to struggle and hardship are also deserving of a modern infrastructure that supports economic development, a better quality of life, safety and health, and consideration for health of the environment. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to provide.
Representing CNMI Governor Ralph Torres, and prior to that, Governor Lilian Guerrero testifying before the U.S. Senate Committee on Energy and Natural Resources on the state of U.S. territories. In other news, Guam records 4 more COVID-19 related fatalities. The Joint Information Center announcing last night that the 291st COVID-related fatality was an 81-year-old vaccinated man with underlying health conditions. He was pronounced dead on arrival at GRMC on the 21st. The 292nd was an 85-year-old vaccinated man, again underlying health conditions, pronounced dead on arrival at GMH on January 31st. The 293rd COVID-19 related fatality was an unvaccinated 68-year-old woman with underlying health conditions who was pronounced dead on arrival at GMH on January 31st. The 294th was a vaccinated 98-year-old man who was pronounced dead on arrival at Naval Hospital on January 31st. The JIC also reporting 39 island residents with COVID hospitalized, 22 of whom are at GMH, 17 GRMC. There are 2 receiving IC level of care and 1 on a ventilator. Of those hospitalized, 26 are vaccinated, while 13 do not have the shot. Meanwhile, the Department of Public Health and Social Services reported 777 new COVID cases out of 1,868 samples tested on the 31st. About 139 of those cases reported are through the Department of Defense. To date, there have been a total of 33,108 officially reported cases, 294 deaths, 5,948 people are in isolation, and 26,866 recoveries. As of January 31st, a total of 133,092 of Guam's eligible population, that's residents 5 years and older, are fully vaccinated, and a total of 51,422 booster shots have been administered. Meanwhile, the Guam Department of Education last night reported 90 students tested positive for COVID and reported 13 new positive cases amongst employees. Public Health has issued 2 standing orders for COVID-19 therapeutics, one for molnupiravir and another for Paxlovid. Both were given EUA by the FDA for treatment of COVID. A treatment is indicated for recently diagnosed COVID-19 patients with mild, moderate symptoms. To avail of COVID-19 therapeutics, eligible patients must consult with their doctor. The CNMI reports 154 new cases of COVID out of 1,161 tests conducted on the 31st. 2 of those cases were identified on Rota. There are now 854 active cases and 11 hospitalizations. Of those in the hospital, 5 are unvaccinated, 5 vaccinated, 1 is partially vaccinated. The CNMI also reports 4,185 people have now recovered as they reach a 99.3% vaccination rate. The total case count in the NMI is 5,062. Following the $13.6 million sale of Verona Resort by its former owner, Polaris Guam LLC, $1.6 million has been deposited into the government of Guam's coffers for outstanding taxes. The payment is part of a lawsuit filed nearly 3 years ago as part of the AG's office and Revenue Tax's efforts to prioritize tax collections. Attorney General Lehman Camacho says several other injunctions were filed at that time against other companies, and resolution to collect outstanding taxes from those companies is underway. 27-year-old Akmal Koziev appeared before Judge Maria Senzon for further proceedings hearing Tuesday. They discussed forensic evaluations and are being reviewed. Also discussed was the possibility of filing an ex parte motion for Koziev's case. As reported in November of last year, he stabbed or is accused of stabbing and killing Dr. Miran Rabadi over a disagreement on COVID vaccinations. He is charged with aggravated murder and aggravated assault. A heads up that the installation of friction course on Route 12 from Sumai Memorial Street to Sergeant E. Cruz Street began today. There will be intermittent lane closures that began at 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. daily. Paving is expected to be completed by the end of the week, weather permitting. Motorists are advised to drive cautiously through the construction zones, observe all posted speed limits and construction signs, and carefully heed flaggers when present. Alternate routes and or adjusting drive times when feasible are encouraged. With your news in Chamorro now, here is Kin Concepcion.
Buenos updates to get sunod bitunod sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. CI COVID-19 masa na famamadesi tataw tagunigit sa guahan. Ma-report ni Zone Information Center gi pangin Lunes na 5 mas man pinino no estinatsednod. Partu sa man mabakuna esta. Kahuli numero man matay po ni COVID disti itutuhon gi 290. Masa sunto Siyang mga Koziev, 27 anos na edad, sa ano gimenan West Maria Senson, para di further proceedings na hearing giimaktis. Madiskuti in evaluate forensic de maribisisita, madiskuti loki possibility na sinya mampayo at the ex parte na motion para ikausal niya si Koziev. Nurin po KUAM, gimapos na November, si Koziev sa asesi za apuno si Dr. Miran Rubati ang yung magamenti dos pag binakunan COVID. Mataki no aggravated murder at an aggravated assault. Mas artikulo, dispensa di mabende ni Verona Resort na hotel, no idwe no Polaris Guam LLC para 13.6 milyon pesos, 1.6 milyon pesos sa estama deposita gati gobernamentong gohan pa dinilikwenten tax siha. At na apa sa palugian ni Masui Polaris Guam LLC no hinadat abagadong gohan dyan ni Departamentong Revenue and Taxation para masigon mo na ikinilihin ni tax ni Madidibi. Yan nadat abagaw si Leven Camacho, asangan nagwasya injunction ni man mafile kontra siya na kompanya sa kinilihin tax sa makonsisigiha mo na destipago. Yuto mo na suntog ifinot sa moro para pago na Merkulis gin ni KUAM News aji Cope North na exercise maritad sa matutuhon pago na dia. Siguro Air Force News na release, maski dos meet kinento sa Marines, Air Force dan Marino Siha sa parofandan niya man matrain. Diyan kasi unmeet na tropa gin ni Royal Australian Air Force dan ni Japan Air Self-Defense Force. Para Guam News Network, Guam si Ken Concepcion. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the CNMI, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
We did have some comments here that we'll get to. Thank you guys, Facebook Live on the Breeze or KUAM FM Agani Guam. Change it up just a little bit as you guys are joining the show right off the bat. We took you all the way to the nation's capital in Washington, D.C. To catch testimony, live testimony from Governor Lulian Guerrero, as well as a representative from CNMI Governor Rob Torres. It was the Finance Secretary, C. David Atalik. And they testified before the Senate about the impact of the coronavirus and the assistance that the territories got and what was used for. Rosemary comments in here. The governor didn't expand on how the ARPA funds helped the island. She failed to explain she's still holding back issuance of more than half of what was received. How then can she say the ARP funds assisted the island the best? Our governor had no details to share like the others, Omar says. And just to be fair, I did notice the other testimony was a little more detailed, but Governor Lulian Guerrero did use the opportunity to make a lot of asks about stuff that she would like to see the island of Guam get. 7:34, let's head into the KUAM News Zoom room where we now call to order this mini meeting of the mayors. We have Mayor Alan Gata of Mungit Town and Mayor Jesse Gogui of... You down with OCP? Orda Chalampago. Good morning, mayors.
Good morning.
Good morning, Albany.
Good morning, Mayor Al. We kind of wanted to catch up with you guys.
Morning, Jay, Bree, and Jason. Bree, I just want to extend my sincerest condolences for your loss.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and get right into it because we know you guys are getting, what is it, 17 million? I believe Mayor Jesse Gogwe had said that 8 million was, did he say it was in the bank already?
I thought he said they got one, and they were supposed to.
Oh, they got 1
get
million.
8 sometime.
Right, but in order to get that money, there was a little tit for tat. They had to come up with a spend plan. So, well, I guess we'll start with you, Mayor Gogwe. What do you have in store for Orta Talampago with this ARP funding that's coming down?
Well, obviously, there are a lot of things that many of the mayors can use that money for. And in fact, prior to the announcement of the disbursement of funds, we were asked to outline some of the projects that have been awaiting funding for some of us for decades. And so one of the pressing things right now that we're looking at doing because of the age and the repairs that need to be done to it is replacing our fence line around our baseball field. That's coming in around 70 grand.
Have you received any money for ARP money? Out of that 1 million?
That would be the ARP money.
Okay.
So you received 70,000 for the repair?
Well, no. It's going to cost about 70 grand. So I think we're all getting about 43,000, and then we'll make up the difference.
I see. And that was like the big project that you wanted to do for the village with this money?
Well, at this point in time, yeah, because, I'm in the process of building a new mayor's office. Construction's on my mind. We've got this $10 million, roughly $10 million multi-purpose center that we're also engaged in constructing. And so that's going to be adjacent to our existing baseball field. So, with all of what's going on, I want to take care of what, some of the major projects, the projects that really are going to fit into our funding requirements.
Mayor Al?
The fencing is one of them.
Right, yeah. Mayor Al?
Hey, good morning again. Yeah, so like the mayor mentioned, we all have our own programs and things that we want to instill in the community. So as well, here even as including hardening the infrastructure of existing or even improving by building new facilities for the entertainment and to accommodate all the youth and activities that are coming through with including summer programs and stuff like that in the community. So we got we've compiled packages for bids for people to come in and submit for the improvements and for the infrastructure and programs too as well that we got laid out for the programs for the youth in the upcoming summer.
What are some of the specifics on that, Mayor Al?
Well, like some of the structures here, if you can tell, they're in the past, they're already been like dilapidated they're under wood. So we want to change all of those things and make them all to metal and put a better roofing and stuff and adequate space for the different programs that we would have. So we're planning to have camps and things like that during the summer as well.
I did want to ask Mayor Alec. Wait.
We have Mayor Gogwe and Mayor Ngata here.
Sorry. Mayor Ngata about the situation over at the Marble Cave area. I noticed that you were also addressed a letter from landowners in the area regarding problems with water. I'm not sure if it's GWA or if it's KEPCO, but are you familiar with the issue?
Yes, it's been brought up to my attention, so I'm very proactive in terms of when the recipients would call and in the event Mr. Nelson or anything's brought to my attention, I try to get a hold of the proper authorities so that we can get the adequate infrastructure back online and get waters and whatever needs to be done for those residents back online. So I know that they've been having multiple breaks. I believe it's been brought up to the regulatory agencies as well as to the Attorney Generals. I know some other issues are about there, but that's between some initial landowners as well that want to undertake some other issues. But with what's concerning with water or any thing that happens within regards to the thing, I try to go and get a hold of the proper regulatory agencies to see if we can get everything back online.
So they don't have water even until today?
Yes, the water was restored. In fact, like I said, at times to be a back and forth battle between the agencies and who's responsible. But of course, if there's any contractual work that's being done in any general area, and even just like with the development in its whole, in a nutshell, but everything should be policed and also inspected. So it's my understanding that the water was back online, but like I said, unaccountable sometimes multiple times.
Mayor Gogwe, we did have a comment here from a resident. Good morning, Mayor Gogwe. Are there services for household trash or scrap of metal? If so, what's the status for pickup? Household trash and scrap metal pickup, Mayor Gogwe. Is there that kind of service available through the mayor's office?
Well, we just got notified via email yesterday that the purchase orders for abandoned vehicles, and I think it's electronics, not white goods, but electronics, will be available for pickup today. And so once we receive them, there's obviously going to be some administrative work between us and the vendors to coordinate the pickup and drop off of those items. And so I don't anticipate that we'll actively get moving and removing abandoned vehicles and or the electronics for about another 2 weeks. And as far as white goods, that's again a separate purchase order that we normally receive, and until we get that, it's in a holding pattern. You know that generally speaking, the mayors get 5 different purchase orders for the recycle program. That's vehicles, white goods, loose metals, electronics, and tires. And so each category has its own purchase order and its own funding for each of the mayor's offices. So we work on 5 different purchase orders for those 5 different categories.
Mayor Gatsa, I wanted to follow up on the MAB clinic. I know that it was shut down. They were waiting for more treatments to arrive. We understand that some have, or shipment has arrived. Are they still going to use your senior center?
Yes, you're right, Bree. It's temporarily on hold. I believe the pills, the suggested pills that were to replace that thing is on island. I believe, I'm not too sure, but they will be. I think they're collectively putting a plan again to start administrating that within the community. So the use of the senior center is still as well being occupied at the time. I know that it was an agreement that among all the mayors that if we are going to open the senior center, that we want to make sure that everybody is online. And when we say everybody, all our own seniors are allowed to come. We don't want to be the one to decide if Tan Maria or Tun Juan can't come into our senior center. So we're all on the same page with opening the senior center, and we still have discussions too about that regarding the opening.
But in the interim, they're still using the senior center over there in Mangilao for an infusion center because they're switching.
You're breaking up. We can't hear you.
Sorry, we didn't get you. My apologies, I didn't get you.
So they are still going to use the senior center in Mangilao for an infusion center.
Sorry, Bree, you're breaking up. I couldn't hear you.
Chris, can you ask?
Yeah, they're going to be using the Mangilao Center for an infusion center, no? Mayor Al, they're going to be using the Mangilao Center for a infusion center for the monoclonal antibody treatment?
Chris, I can't hear you.
I don't know. Are they going to open an infusion in Mangilao?
I didn't quite hear you guys. I apologize.
Mayor Al, so Mangilao, the senior center, are they going to open an infusion? Are they still going to use that for the infusion center for the monoclonal antibody treatment?
Yes, I believe so. They're still going to use it, and stated it's still going to be utilized.
Mayor Gogui, what was the reaction from, Mayor Al mentioned Tan Maria and Tunose and the senior center. So what was the reaction from the Manamco in your village when they found out the centers were going to be closed indefinitely?
Chris, I can't hear you. What was that, Chris?
What was the reaction from the Manamco and Orda Chalampago?
Can I chime in, Chris?
Yeah.
The question was what's the reaction of the residents of Mangilao with the indefinite closure of the senior center for this purpose? Because Mangilao Senior Center affects my residents as well. I've got residents from Salampago who go to the Mangilao Senior Center because they're the closest senior center to my village, and then the ones in Orchid go to Sinohanya, and so I think the goal of the council in general is to ensure that when one opens, all will open. If one has to remain closed for whatever reason, then all will remain closed, because it not only affects the senior centers and our seniors' access to those centers, it affects the meals that we're actually delivering to our seniors who typically attend the senior centers, and that what we're going to end up doing is forcing the vendor to split meals, make meals and deliver some of them to some centers, and then the others that the centers that are closed, we're going to have to continue distributing those meals, and I think we're trying to avoid having that happen.
What about road repair, mayors? I know that Mayor Allig, when we had him on, said that road repair is going to be a big part of the spend for this the ARP funding. Road repair, Mayor Al?
Oh, the only road repairs I've been doing so far right now is just repairing potholes. So I would love to, as much as I want to run down my list and start paving everyone's road. I mean, that's a hefty chunk of change. You got to remember that paving a road consists of a lot of there's a lot of moving parts on that. So we're talking about thousands of dollars to pave those roads, and once we see that light of the money available, then we can start working on a plan and seeing how much stretch of a road is possible and what's feasible with what's given.
Mayor Gogui?
Well, yeah, if I may, last month we had our quarterly meeting with the governor, and road repairs were in fact addressed. And so the delays in road repairs is not really funding. The delay in road repairs is actually the awarding of contracts. And so I know that Public Works has put out to bid, several projects involving road repairs, including their IDIQ, or indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity for asphalt that they combine with their internal crews, road repair crews, to fix our village roads. And it's not that we can't get the work done. It's really the asphalt work that is needed for these road repairs, and that we're competing with other projects, requiring asphalt work. And with the military buildup, that's actually pretty significant. So scheduling even asphalt work with the companies that do it has been challenging, according to Vince Ariola and the governor herself.
What about crime in the villages? I mean, it just seems like we're seeing a lot more violent crimes, a lot of break-ins, burglaries, robberies,
discoveries of human remains.
Breaking up.
Yeah, she's talking about crime, Mayor Al. Crime in your villages. What's the impact? What's the effect? What are residents saying? I mean, I know we've just recently had discovery of human remains in Orda Chalampago. Every time you turn on the news, it's just one thing after another with the crime. So what's the status in your villages?
Chris, can you say the first part of your question? I know you were asking what's the status of our villages, but what was the first part of the question?
Relative to the crime, Mayor Gogui.
Yeah. I mean, crime is an issue. Crime has as a concern for I think all villages, and you know, a lot of speculation surrounds the fact that crime has grown because families are struggling. You know, and I know that with our neighborhood watch groups in the village, and we probably have about 12 active groups. I mean, truly active groups. We've been able to deter crime because, you know, people that that the community believes is in their areas for reasons not necessarily good, realize that people are taking their photos and all that stuff, and realize that if they're taking a photo, that means they're probably dispersing it amongst neighborhood watch chat groups, which is actually occurring. And that's been a big help in the deterrence of crime. As far as how extensive it is, I can't say. You know, I can't say. We see things and we hear things that are occurring in the village, but I don't think it's any worse than it was before COVID.
What can you tell us about the human remains that were found in your village a few days ago?
Well, actually, I can't. You know, that's a current ongoing investigation. That's something that should be addressed directly with GPD. You know, it would be out of my, it would be inappropriate and really out of my comfort zone to address that active investigation.
Right. But Mayor, what are your residents saying? I mean, you're saying that you don't think it's increased since before the pandemic, but what are you hearing from the people in your ville?
Well, you know, Chris, I think residents are concerned. Residents are curious about the remains and who it might be, and how long that those remains may have been there. I mean, the interesting thing is that the area where the remains were found, I can't even tell you if it's male or female, but the area where the remains were found has been an abandoned vehicle for almost my entire time as mayor. So that's almost 14 years. And so I mean, how long those remains have been there, it's hard to tell. Because even if there was decay of those remains that, you know, that gave off an odor, it was too far to any other homes or any other areas to detect. So, you know, again, other than that, that's a question that really GPD needs to answer.
Thank you for your insight on that, Mayor Gogui. Mayor Al, how about in Mungie Town? Is it still Mungie, or what's going on with the crime?
You know, it's pretty much it's crimes all over, Chris, and it's very unfortunate that they prey on the weakest times and time of any given time now. So with the neighborhood watch chats groups and stuff, I know they've been policing a lot, and it helps. We have interesting people that want to also get involved recently with a lot of the activities going on and concerns with, of course, with the crime just in general everywhere within the community. Also, especially just that other one with the group that bandit up in Twinning. So a lot of people are reaching out and want to also chime in and share their concerns as well. And we try to encourage them to just be vigilant and keep it to what is very prudent and what should be. And sometimes you don't want those certain things out there, and you want to make sure not to cause panic and make sure we get adequate information and the proper authorities at the same time are aware.
How is your community surviving through this fourth surge We hear about the economic impact, businesses closing down. I'm not sure what the lines are like in the food commodity distribution lines in your villages. So how are your constituents faring these days?
Translation, Chris?
She's asking
having a hard time hearing you.
How are your constituents faring during this?
Maybe it's Bree's mic. What was that again?
How are your constituents faring during this surge? We know that there have been long lines for the commodities. Just anecdotally, we hear people are having a hard time, but let's take it to the mayors and find out. There's no PUA. There's people out of work.
Look, we see. I'll be frank. I still see a lot of needy people. In just the past couple of weeks, we've been very blessed. Some people have been donating food and stuff. Just the other day, we've been giving people food, non-perishable food, or whatever we have on our pantry. We have like a pantry here at the community. So if we have leftovers or any donations, we prepare a bag and put a bag together for those that are in need. So I still see people that come by and ask for food. So we're still receiving that here in our site.
Mayor Gogui?
Yeah, that's the same with our village. You know, we have a food pantry. It's not a lot, but when people come in for assistance, we give them what we can. One of the things that I've seen increase as well is people coming in looking for clothing. You know, their kids are back in school, et cetera, and they really don't have enough clothing or the appropriate clothing to get, for them to send their kids into school. And so, there's been an uptick in not only food donations, but there's been an uptick in clothing donations. And so, when people come to our office looking to see if we have any clothes that they can rummage through and possibly take for their children, we allow them to do that as well. And so, people, it's tough. I mean, I think everybody realizes it's tough. Prices have gone up. Gas has gone. Food prices have gone up. Gas prices have gone up, and so there aren't a lot of people that are working that have jobs or have income that can absorb these increases. And so, we've seen an uptick in, like I said, those coming to our offices asking for help. And we're not public health, and unfortunately, we don't control the public assistance program. But we'll give them as much as we can, and then guide them on where else they can go to seek assistance.
Mayor, are these people, are they already receiving public health benefits, or are they maybe not eligible, or are they kind of in between from when you talk to them?
Well, I think it's a mixture of both, believe it or not. I mean, there are some actually that I know of that are working minimum wage, but they're not, they're earning too much to actually qualify for public assistance. And so they're just looking for that little extra help. Just that little, just to keep them afloat for, a week or so.
Right, to get the payday.
Until the next payday, exactly.
Mayor, we got a call for Mayor Gogui here. Technically, I don't know how this is going to work out. The aircon's been out in here for a couple of days, so I don't know if that's wigging out our gear, but I could go ahead and translate for you, Mayor Gogui. Good morning. Did you have a question for the mayor?
Yes, I did. I actually wanted to ask him about the crime, because I'm just caught some of what he's saying. It's not the same. It's actually worsened, and in the village. So we've got walkers, what I call walkers, and they would squat, or we have he's a lunatic. They arrest him, they send him back out. He'll yell early in the morning, and we can't bring this up I feel we can't bring it up to the mayor, because when I call, he's not there. And this is not to make everything look bad, because it is COVID and we're all supposed to social distance and we just can't meet up with you and talk about it. But you need to go around, because what's happening, besides the really bad potholes in my line, is the fact that there are people out there that are committing crime. They're stealing. People don't even want to report it because GPD can't come out. at its instant. So by the time they come out, the person is, the victim is already, oh my God, forget it, you know, do it myself. So Mayor, please don't say it's still the same or it's gotten worse. And that's just coming from one of many that feel the same way, that we're seeing it. They just found a body. How is it the same? It's not the same. It's worse. You're finding bodies in the village? That's insane. Thank you so much. There's many other topics, but we'll call in.
Thank you, ma'am. Mayor Gogwe, just your comments, but I want to say that even in Harmon and, I mean, God, even in Epan.
Chris, I can't hear you.
In Epan, in Harmon, and a lot of villages that I go to, I do see these people walking around just looking for trouble. And so how would you address that residents' concerns, Mayor?
Well, you know, and I agree with you, Chris. You know, and I heard the caller talking about people walking around, et cetera, et cetera. You know, but people are walking around, you know, and she's right. You know, the area that she's referencing is a problematic area. She talked about the road, the condition of the road in Maimai. That was addressed by the Lieutenant Governor at his last Island Beautification Task Force meeting, which I believe some of the media had attended and had publicized in the newspaper. Condition of Maimai Road is horrible, but when it comes to crime and people walking around, they're not necessarily synonymous. You got more people staying home because they have more people out of work, and so what do? They walk around. Now, there have been occasions and phone calls that we have received in our office about, you know, suspicious people in the neighborhood, and so I ask oftentimes that if you see suspicious people, take a photo so we can capture who they are. Because even if I go out there and because I'm not in the area, like GPD, you know, they're not there when we go there. You know, and so it's not just Maimai. I mean, we see suspicious kids, you know, roaming the neighborhood in other areas, and even adults roaming the neighborhood, you know, and other areas other than Maimai. But I think I really want to make sure that you know, we're not quick to judge, and that you know, if we think that they're or if they're actually in commission of a crime, then I tell you what, you guys know that a couple of years ago there was a commission of a crime. Somebody went into somebody's house. And my staff and I, we went there and apprehended the individual until GP got there. You know, but if somebody's sitting at a bus stop and not, you know, people aren't sure why they're there, I'm not going to automatically think that they're up to no good. And in fact, I will send somebody out there to investigate and even talk to them. But you know, the one thing that bothers me about social media is we've allowed social media to make a lot of us paranoid, you know, and we've got to grow up and say, you know, are these people, just because they're not dressed like most of us, who still have jobs and who still can, you know, still have funds to maintain our quality of life. I don't want to look at the folks that aren't able to do that. Like I said, people are coming to our office to see if we have clothing for their kids. And I don't want to automatically treat, you know, those that don't have nice clothes or aren't dressed well as potential criminals in the neighborhood. And so I appreciate the caller's concern. And she goes, I have to drive around the village. I spend most of my morning out in the village. And the reason why I'm here now and not out in the village is because of this request for me to do this interview. But Chris will tell you, I said, well, we'll see. You know, when I'm asked to do something in the morning, I'm in the village, especially with the construction work we've got going on. So I'm not trying to defend myself. I just, you know, want to make sure that people understand that, you know, not everybody that's walking around in the neighborhood, and if I see somebody, I'll stop and talk to them. And that not everybody that's walking around in the neighborhood are up to no good. And if you think they are, take a photo of them, send them to me, because I'll tell you what, one thing I do is I keep track of those photos. And if there's any reports on the police spotter that an incident occurred that I can tie one and one and make it two, I'll report it to GPD. In fact, if I really think that there's a real concern, like I said, I'll go out, I'll send my staff out, or I'll call GPD to make sure that they go out and investigate.
Well, Mayor, thank you. I'm very grateful for your time this morning. We did have one more comment, and maybe for Mayor Al too. Someone was writing in, how can they donate clothing to the mayor's offices? Because you said people are coming in to get clothing, right? So how can people make a donation? Do they just drop by the office? What's the protocol?
Well, they just need to call. They just need to call and say, they're coming in, and then we'll make sure that somebody's there to receive the clothing, and then we'll take it. But we ask that it's usable clothing. We don't want to be a repository of, of things that we're going to end up having to throw away anyways. And so, we really ask that residents who want to donate clothing or make any donation that they believe is going to be a useful item that we can pass on to families that are struggling. You're welcome to give our office a call. I'm sure, and a lot of the other villages, the mayors will do the same. And they'll accept the donations, and then we will try to tie those donations with the people who really need them.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor Al, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Mayor. There you go. So Mayor Gogi will go ahead and let him go do his rounds here. Mayor Al, I'm pretty sure he's got to go direct traffic or... right, Mayor?
Yeah.
There you go. Thank you. We're KUAM FM. I got Guam on the breeze side. Let's go to KUAM TV. Fix yourself. Good morning. Good morning, KUAM TV. Welcome to another Wednesday here on the link. It's February 2nd, 2022. It's 2/2/22, Jay.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. We just got done with the Mayor Alan Gata of Manilao and Mayor Jesse Gogui of Warda Chalampago. Great call from a resident of Warda Chalampago who basically kind of called the mayor out, said, hey, you got to get out here in the village, look around. Mayor countered. He says, yeah, I would be out in the village if I wasn't doing this damn interview. But I mean, when I did ask him, he did say, oh, man, that's the time I'm usually going around. Like he said, he's like, that's the time I'm usually going around. But I said, put favor. So we got him on. But I got to agree with that caller, though. I don't know. I feel like Guam is definitely not as safe as it used to be. I mean, this is not the island anymore where you can leave your valuables in your car at a bar. It's just not. The island has definitely changed. When we talk about people walking around in the villages, I got to say, I live in Ipan, and, there's like 3 or 4 different people who walk around, and you know, I'm not judging by the way anyone is dressed, but I'm also not an idiot, right? And you know that things are just different. These criminals are brazen. They don't have any fear because they're Kaneni on the crystal methamphetamine. So they're going around in broad daylight. They're breaking into people's houses.
Schools are being broken into.
Schools, yeah. Crime is just, it's really bad.
No, we had a story last night about our friends in the band, the John Dank Show. Their car got broken into and they lost their gig money.
Yeah, exactly.
Stolen right out of the car.
There's also like
that happened to me twice, in the last 6 years. My car's been broken
there
into.
was a shop up here in Dedido that people broke into. Yeah. I mean, the crime it's really bad. And I know the mayor said he wasn't trying to defend himself, but I think that, anybody who's really got their finger on the pulse of the community will tell you that people are living in fear, not even necessarily because of the COVID, right? Because that's pretty scary. I mean, there's that, but then there's also the very real fear of someone breaking into your house when you're not there, breaking into your house when you're there. I get scared, and I'm a big guy. I get scared of people walking around here when I come to work early in the morning. I mean, there are just a lot of people walking around, and I don't know, I feel like if you're walking around at 3:30, 4, 2 o'clock in the morning, my grandma used to say, Oran Gaga, nothing good happens after midnight. And that's how I feel. I feel like our people are being preyed upon. I mean, what is the message we're sending to these criminals here? GPD, obviously, 18% law enforcement raise or not. They're overworked. They're understaffed. We've got about 10 detectives to investigate all the crimes on the island. But I'm pretty sure they're going to make it seem hunky-dory because it's an election year. But I just got to disagree. I don't feel safe. I know that you guys don't feel safe. People walking around the villages looking for trouble is a reality. Whether you're in Harmon, whether you're in Dedido, whether you're in Jigo, whether you're in Orda Chalampago, Manila, or even God's country, Talafofo. It's very real. And I don't know. I mean, you dismantle the Mandania Drug Task Force. You don't make any real effort to bust significant meth lords on this island. What do you expect? What do you expect? What do you think's going to happen? It's 8:10. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. It is Wednesday. Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Go ahead and get into the news. There is a lot going on with the very latest. Our 8 o'clock newscast is brought to you by Pacific Points with the very
This
latest.
news
From the
update is brought to
KUAM
you
News
by
team.
Pacific
Sabrina
Points.
Salas-Mastanani.
Do
Good morning,
more,
Sabrina.
get more.
In the nation's capital early this morning, Governor Lulian Guerrero testified during a Senate hearing on the state of the U.S. territories, as well as Mr. David Attelig testifying on behalf of CNMI Governor Ralph Torres. We have their testimony. Here it is.
You are, sir.
Thank you.
Chairman Manchin, Ranking Member Marshall, and esteemed members of the committee, a warm half-a-day from Guam, where America's Day truly begins. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony on behalf of our island and her people on advancing issues and policies important to the territories. Mr. Chairman, as a former governor, you know full well the challenges we face, and I want to personally acknowledge your longstanding commitment to addressing many of the perennial issues we continue to confront, particularly during these uncertain times. COVID-19 has undoubtedly tested the human capacities and spirit of communities across the globe. But as Americans, as Chamorros, we are resourceful and we are resilient. With 94% of Guam's eligible population protected, we've prevented our healthcare system from collapsing, and at the end of the day, lives were saved. I am grateful to the Biden administration and the Congress for their support in ensuring that states and territories have the resources to continue to combat this virus. Beyond resilient, we are equally resourceful. Traveling nurses assigned to Guam can vouch for the tenacity of our local healthcare heroes who quite literally keep the hospital roof from falling. But Band-Aid fixes are not a long-term solution for our facilities, which are desperate need of critical care. In 2019, the Army Corps of Engineers assessed and recommended that our public hospital be replaced to ensure safety and accreditation. Last year, the House passed the Build Back Better Act, which included $347 million to construct a new hospital as recommended by the Army Corps. Although we are engaged in pandemic response, we remain focused on recovery. Along with economic diversification, we cannot abandon our number one industry. Before COVID-19, 1 out of 3 jobs were tourism-related. Now, arrivals have decreased by 92% and thousands have lost work. With a full recovery not expected within the next 3 years, I ask this committee to consider passing an additional relief package specifically for territories to address previous federal aid disparities and our prolonged hardship due to reliance on international tourism. To achieve full recovery, we will need help. Guam's H-2B worker population went from 0 in May 2018 to over 2,000 workers last month due to the military buildup. However, the H-2B visa exemption only helps the construction sector, mainly for the construction of a new Marine Corps base, and will expire in 2023. As we diversify our economy, we will need more workers for both civilian construction and non-construction industries as we develop the skill sets for these new ventures. I ask you to extend the exemption to 2029 and establish a Guam-only temporary need criteria within the H-2B program that would recognize other qualified need as determined by the Governor of Guam. There is congressional precedence for such a program to be developed, and I hope that we can explore this further, as such a program will need congressional action. Long before our struggles with the pandemic, territories were facing another healthcare crisis, mainly inequity with Medicaid. Temporary efforts have provided more funding to Guam and increased our matching rate. However, we will soon revert to annual caps and expiration dates for federal Medicaid funding and be required to match at a high 55-45 ratio. Therefore, I ask you to remove our Medicaid funding cap and expiration dates and base our matching rate on per capita income like the states in the United States. On the Compacts of Free Association treaties, I ask to participate in treaty renegotiations to include the following amendments: full reimbursement for future expenses borne by Guam attributed to compact migration, debt swap of past unreimbursed expenses, screening originating in the FAS prior to arrival to Guam, extension of Medicaid coverage to FAS citizens in their home nations, and expansion of low-income housing tax credits. On self-determination for the people of Guam, I ask you to pass a bill to advance a process to allow us to articulate our desired political status. I ask you for your favorable consideration to allow Guam as eligible benefactors of Senate Bill 2798. Lastly, I ask you to amend the bipartisan infrastructure law to include Guam in the State Digital Equity Capacity Grant Program and to build Back Better. To pass Build Back Better, which would be significant to Guam, by expanding Medicaid and the child tax credit, extend SSI to Guam, provide more support in education, housing, child care, and infrastructure needs, especially for a new public hospital, and position Guam's economy for stronger growth, which will advance our nation's competitive global position. We look to your leadership and assistance in addressing these issues for Guam. On behalf of a grateful island, Sidrus Maasi, and thank you for all of your efforts to protect not just our nation, but the islands and the territories.
Thank you, Chairman Manchin, for allowing me to speak and put in the record the oral testimony of our Honorable Governor Ralph Torres. Hafaday and Tiro from the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. Thank you, Chairman Manchin, Ranking Member Marshall, and members of this committee for holding this important hearing to hear about the state of the U.S. territories. Please accept my apologies for not being able to join this hearing in person. When I last appeared before this committee in 2019, the world was a dramatically different place. The pandemic has altered the way in which the Senate conducts its important business, how millions of people around our nation manage their lives, and has dramatically altered the state of the U.S. territory of the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands. In the CNMI, we firmly believe that we are Marianas strong. Being Marianas strong is a recognition that we have within us the resilience to overcome tremendous challenges, uniting even when we disagree, and rebuilding and recovering as one community. While the nation works towards adjusting to the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, we have experienced a decade and more of singular events reshaping our lives over and over again. Typhoon Soudelor in 2015 and Super Typhoon Yutu in 2018 devastated the islands, destroyed many homes, closed commercial activity, and reset our understanding of our vulnerabilities against a changing climate. The nature of this present crisis is different for the CNMI in many ways. The secondary impacts of the crisis and our mitigation response levied a disproportionate burden on our small, tourism-focused economy. Since the collapse of the CNMI's manufacturing sector, the economy is solely reliant on international travel and tourism. This pandemic halted this sole economic driver in its tracks and once more left the CNMI peering over the edge of another economic depression. We were not alone this time, however, and our challenges were shared by communities throughout the nation. We were incorporated into the national discussion and, most importantly, aided in the national response. I am grateful for the assistance we have received in the American Rescue Plan Act, and I thank the members of this committee for your support of the needs of the territories. The Infrastructure Investments and Jobs Act will allow the CNMI to invest in critical infrastructure and address resources needs to ensure that our communities can grow while withstanding current and future weather and climate-related challenges with minimal physical damage or disruption to our communities. As the CNMI looks at the possibilities made available through federal government assistance, I must reinforce a message that I have brought to this committee many times before. The issues of the CNMI's labor force are well known by this committee. And I ask once more, and thank you for your willingness to assist in fostering a strong U.S. workforce in the CNMI. I am proud to say that the CNMI has taken the mandates of the Northern Mariana Islands U.S. Workforce Act seriously and have made considerable progress for the U.S. workers in our economy. Should the timely deployment of federal resources to support the economic needs of the Commonwealth be of importance to Congress, a nuanced understanding of these challenges and a new look into the accessibility of the CW1 to support these goals in the CNMI is warranted. The Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and ARPA provided the opportunities to address many of the longstanding concerns of the CNMI that are specific to our ability to better manage our economic development and make a real investment in the infrastructure of the CNMI and the lives of its people. As the nation works to build resilient infrastructure with a once-in-a-generation investment through Build Back Better, there are opportunities to acknowledge and address the unique capacity and infrastructure challenges of the U.S. territories in order to work towards national efforts to provide immediate and long-lasting relief to the communities and businesses. I request your partnership in seeking a permanent allotment of 3,000 CW1 permits to support construction activities that are inclusive of those unrelated to presidential declared disasters. During the transition period as a means to deploy funding to support critical infrastructure projects and provide for an additional means to support employment across various sectors of our economy. We are working to respond to the many needs of the CNMI's infrastructure, but we see a tremendous opportunity to advance the real progression towards equal standards of living with the larger United States through the Build Back Better initiative. I have spoken in support of the Biden administration's Build Back Better proposal, and we greatly appreciate the work of the White House in listening to the needs of our islands. I ask for your consideration and support of the Build Back Better and request further consideration of the challenges experienced by the territories and the many ways continued investment in the long-term potential of our islands expands the power of this great country around the world. Despite its supreme challenges, I do wish for these islands I love to be defined by these limitations. The hardworking people of the CNMI who are used to struggle and hardship are also deserving of a modern infrastructure that supports economic development, a better quality of life, safety and health, and consideration for health of the environment. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to provide this written testimony. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to provide this written testimony.
Again, that was David Atzlig from CNMI testifying on behalf of Governor Ralph Torres and Governor Lulian Guerrero. They were testifying during a Senate hearing on the state of the U.S. territories. Now, prior to this afternoon's hearing in D.C., the governor also testified before the Department of Interior's Interagency Group on Insular Areas. She said that with the recent rollout of President Biden's infrastructure bill, Guam is positioned to make meaningful investments in rebuilding our infrastructure, paving the way for our economic recovery. She said that while we remain optimistic on the return of tourism, our primary economic driver, we're using this time to improve our airport so that we're ready to welcome a wave of visitors to jumpstart our economy. We're modernizing our port to increase throughput for the efficient flow of goods to ensure that every person can learn and work from the safety of their homes. We will be expanding broadband infrastructure and access for all to provide safe road travel and efficient commerce. We're repairing highways and roads finally to address the adverse impacts of climate change. We are building up climate change resiliency through flood mitigation, bridge repairs, expanding utilization of renewable energy technologies, updating critical water infrastructure to underserved areas, and identifying sources of PFAS contamination. Again, that's just a portion of the governor's speech before the Department of Interior Interagency Group on Insular Areas earlier today. Meanwhile, yesterday, she, along with the rest of the country's governors, gathered for their annual winter meeting. One of their discussions focused on the polarizing partisanship that continues to grip Washington. It was moderated by billionaire philanthropist David Rubenstein, who at one point singled out Governor Lulian Guerrero for a question.
There are a number of governors who are female. At the moment, I see one here. So, is it true that females are better at being bipartisan than males?
Absolutely.
Okay. Right. Anything else you might want to add?
I just want to say that being elected as the first Chamorro woman in Guam was a great honor, and I helped very much. Thank you. I hold very close to my heart the sacredness of the job. And to me, at the end of the day, everything that we do, whether it's through Congress or through mayors or through local officials, it's to better the lives of our people. And that has always been my mantra, which is, what do I do to better the lives of our people? And that means working with everybody. And we just came from listening to infrastructure, and the greatest message that I took away is communication and talking to people and making sure everybody is cooperating and collating and working together. So even during the pandemic, which has been a great strain for our people also, people ask me, how do I feel? And every day, I still say to them, I love my job. I really do love my job. And it's about helping our people, whether it's in the island of Guam, or in Puerto Rico, or in the Virgin Islands, or in California. We are all here together to work stronger for the betterment of our people's lives. So,
Thank you.
Yes, I do love my job, and absolutely.
Okay. So, Governor.
Guam records 4 more COVID-19 related fatalities. The Joint Information Center reporting last night that the 291st was an 81-year-old man vaccinated with underlying health conditions who was pronounced dead on arrival at GRMC on January 21st. The 292nd was an 85-year-old vaccinated man with underlying health conditions pronounced DOA at GMH on January 31st. The 293rd was an unvaccinated 68-year-old woman with underlying health conditions, also pronounced dead on arrival at GMH on the 31st. The 294th was a vaccinated 98-year-old man who was pronounced dead on arrival at Naval Hospital on January 31st. The JIC also reporting 39 island residents with COVID hospitalized, 22 of whom are at GMH, 17 GRMC, 2 receiving ICU level of care, 1 on a ventilator. Of those hospitalized, 26 are vaccinated, 13 unvaccinated. Meanwhile, the Department of Public Health and Social Services reported 777 new COVID cases out of 1,868 samples tested on the 31st. About 139 of those cases reported are from the Department of Defense. To date, there have been a total of 33,108 officially reported cases, 294 deaths, 5,948 cases are in active isolation, and there have been 26,866 recoveries. As of January 31st, a total of 133,092 of Guam's eligible population is fully vaccinated, and a total of 51,422 booster shots have been administered. The Guam Department of Education last night reported 90 students tested positive for COVID and reported 13 new positive cases amongst staff. Public Health has issued 2 standing orders for COVID-19 therapeutics, one for molnupiravir and another for Paxlovid. Both were given EUA by the FDA for treatment of COVID. Treatment is indicated for recently diagnosed COVID-19 patients with mild, moderate symptoms. To avail of these therapeutics, eligible patients must consult with their physician. The CNMI reports 154 new cases of COVID-19 out of 1,161 tests conducted on the 31st. 2 of those cases were identified on Rota. There are now 854 active cases, 11 hospitalizations. Of those in the hospital, 5 unvaccinated, 5 vaccinated, and 1 is partially vaccinated. The CNMI also reports 4,185 people have now recovered as they reach a 99.3% vaccination rate. The total case count in the NMI is 5,062. Following the $13.6 million sale of Verona Resort by its former owner Polaris Guam LLC, $1.6 million has been deposited into GovGuam's coffers for outstanding taxes. The payment is part of a lawsuit filed nearly 3 years ago as part of the AG's office and DRT's efforts to prioritize tax collections. Attorney General Levin Camacho says several other injunctions were filed at that time against other companies, and resolution to collect those outstanding taxes is underway. 27-year-old Akmal Koziev appeared before Judge Maria Senzon for a further proceedings hearing yesterday. They discussed forensic evaluations and are being reviewed. Also discussed was the possibility of filing an ex parte motion for Koziev's case. As reported in November of last year, he is accused of stabbing and killing Dr. Miran Rubati over a disagreement on COVID vaccinations. He is charged with aggravated murder and aggravated assault. Over $1,000 was stolen from a well-known band on Guam. The money was going to fund their tour in the States next week. Here's more from Hannah Devonzo.
The John Danks Show was performing at Vibes in Upper Tumon on Sunday night. During their last song, the manager informed the band that their car was broken into. Lead singer Frankie McJohn.
So we had about $700 to $850 in a pouch that I had put on the floor in my car, and it was under a folder. And then I also had about $300 in cash of my own money that I was going to deposit into my account. So roughly a little over $1,000.
Most of the money stolen was from their recent merchandise sale.
Merch money is kind of what we rely on for gas and eating and, like, daily food, hotels, whatever it is. And the money was all of that money was supposed to go to the tour. And I mean, that's about $1,000 we lost out on, for the tour.
While he regrets leaving the money in the car, it doesn't justify what happened.
I don't necessarily look at it like it's completely my fault. I mean, people are entitled to leave whatever they want in their car. And yes, I like I said, if people are going to criticize the fact that I left money in the car, I get all of that. Like, it's preaching to the choir at this point. But, it's still not your property, and it's still something that should be valued on Guam.
Witnesses saw a white Nissan Rogue speeding out of the parking lot after the incident. If you know anything about what happened, please message The John Danks Show on Instagram or contact GPD at 671-475-8615, 16 or 17. While the band is not asking for funds, if you'd like to support them, you can PayPal them at johndankshowguam@gmail.com, where all proceeds go to the tour. If you'd Like to support them, you can PayPal them at johndankshowguam@gmail.com, where all proceeds go to the tour.
In regional news, after nearly half a decade, the island of Rhoda's West Harbor is now complete after it sustained damages due to recent storms, making the return of safer boating activities. Tomas Manglona reports.
This is your marina. We are just here facilitating this to make it happen. That this marina is for you guys to enjoy as recreational boaters.
Repairs at Rhoda's West Harbor after it sustained damages from recent storms mark the return of recreational boating and ability for visitors to dock their boats safely. The governor opened the site in a ceremony last week.
This marina is for the people of Tinian, the people of Rhoda, and those that are coming to visit, whether you're from Tinian, Saipan, or Guam. It plays a very important role for the people of Rhoda.
The renovation of the West Harbor was funded by a boating access grant under the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
But I keep following up almost every month this project. You know, this project has been, since 5 years ago. And here we are now. This is our marina. So now our visitors now will be safe. As you know, the past Derby, it's really unsafe. So now that it's new, renovated.
The marina now able to withstand more rough water and weather that have hit the structure hard in recent years. Tomas Manglona for KUAM News.
Tomorrow, here is Kin Conception.
Buenos updates to get something gifinut sa morgen ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mito gi First Hawaiian Bank. CI COVID-19 masa na famamadesi itaw taguni sa Guahan. Ma-report ni Zone Information Center gi pangin Lunes na 5 mas man pinino no estinatsednot. Part 2 sa man mabakuna esta. Kahuli numero man matay po ni COVID disti itutuhon gi 290. Masa sunto, siyang Mao Koziev, 27 anos na edad, sa ano gimenan West Maria Senson, para di further proceedings na hearing gi-imatis. Madiskuti in evaluate forensic de maribisisita, madiskuti loki possibility na sinya mampayo at the ex parte na motion para ikausan niya si Koziev. Nurinipori KUAM, gimapos na November, si Koziev sa asesi za apuno si Dr. Miran Robati, anyo magamenti dos pag binakunan COVID. Mataki no aggravated murder at an aggravated assault. Mas artikulo, dispersa di mabendi ni Verona Resort na hotel, no idoi no Polaris Guam LLC para 13.6 milyon pesos, 1.6 milyon pesos sa estama deposita gati gobernamentong Guahan pa dinilikwenten tax siha. At na apa sa palugihan ni Masui Polaris Guam LLC no hinadat abagadong Guahan dyan ni Departamentong Revenue and Taxation para masigon mo na ikinilihin ni tax ni Madidibi. Yan nadat abagao si Leven Camacho, asangan nagwasya injunction ni man mafao kontra siya na kompanya, sa kinilihin tax sa makonsisigiha mo na destipago. Yuto mo na sunto gifinut sa moro para pago na Merkulis, gin ni KUAM News, aji Cope North na exercise malitad sa matutuhon pago na dia. Siguro ni Air Force News na release, maski dos meet kinento sa Marines, Air Force dan Marino Siha sa parofandan niya man matrain, dyan kasi unmeet na tropa gin ni Royal Australian Air Force dan ni Japan Air Self-Defense Force. Para Guam News Network, Guam si Kin Conception. Yasuto gifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town on Guam or the CNMI and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E. discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Coffee Day Guam, our community partner APL, invites the public to a donation drive to benefit Harvest House right here at home. Join us on Saturday, February 5th from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Costules in Tamuning, where we will be accepting donations. Your contribution would go a long way to supporting our community and those who have come to rely on Harvest House. Any and all donations are welcome. Thank you, Guam. APL, Better Ways.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
93.9 FM. Get your dancing shoes on and be prepared to turn it up
GU
weeknights.
Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Pizza Hut stuffed crust is the crust that made crust good. Topped and stuffed with over a half pound of cheese. What are you so afraid of? Loving it? Original stuffed crust, only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Is 93.9 FM.
Hey, good morning. 8:41, Wednesday, February 2nd. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Jack in the Box. Coming up on the show, we do have APL. They're doing a great thing with the Harvest House that we're going to share with the audience this morning. I've also got an interview I was able to do with Public Health yesterday, really kind of going into their new policy that allows you to get to work if you've had close contact with a known COVID positive. We'll tell you all about that coming up in that interview. Right now, though, covering all things regional and others as well. Tomas Manglotnia from the KUAM news team with a great interview. Tomas, good morning.
Good morning, Chris, Bree, Jason, and Joe, sir. We're joined now with Kylie Taitano, who's from Guam and running for congressional office in California, in San Diego. She joins us in the Zoom room now. Kylie, welcome to the show. Thanks for joining us. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. You know, it actually is a little bit hard to hear you, so I'm sorry if I have to ask to repeat questions.
All right, no problem. We'll try to make sure you can hear us clearly. I did want to ask you, though, because you have such an interesting background, and you announced this run. You're transitioning from one field to the other. You're a software engineer. You founded Code with Her, and you're seeking office for the U.S. House of Representatives in California's 50th Congressional District. Can you tell us why you decided to run for office in San Diego?
I did, and honestly, first of all, I'd just like to say thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. I grew up listening to KUAM, so I feel a little starstruck right now. And I also just want to say to Chris, you were my childhood. So when we moved out to California, I put on Malfunction's first one like on repeat. Nice. Because I was so homesick. So I'm like a little starstruck right now.
Thank you so much. So flattered. We recorded this, right? Yeah. Okay, this is going to be on repeat for the rest of the week. Look for it on my Instagram. Thank you very much, Kylie.
Yes, but I'm running because we're out of time. You know, my generation, people's children's, grandchildren's generations, our people on Guam, we're out of time. You know, the consequences of the climate crisis are here, but Guam is going to be on the front lines for that. We're feeling that here in San Diego with the threat of wildfires growing constantly bigger every year. my generation, we can't afford to think about our future because we are crushed by student debt. The cost of healthcare and housing and just living is skyrocketing, and we're watching our democracy crumble right before our very eyes. So honestly, life feels a little bleak right now, but I do believe that we need bold change, and we need new leaders. We need a new Congress, and we especially need leaders who are not corrupt and not beholden to big corporations and money. So that's why I'm running for Congress.
And can you tell us more about your background and also your ties to Guam? You are a software engineer. You worked for Intuit, and I guess it's quite a shift to want to be a politician.
It is, so born and raised on Guam, half Filipina, half Chamorro. My Filipino grandparents are still there on the island. They're in Latte Heights. My grandma's listening right now, so hi, Grandma. And then my Chamorro side moved out here with us as well. But I grew up in Machinao. I went to Weningel Elementary School, 1st through 5th grade. I went to Trinity Christian School in preschool and kindergarten. So definitely still remember, my time on Guam, especially since I still have family there. But I guess, it is a huge switch to politics. And I will have to say that, honestly, I don't think that I would have been given this opportunity to run if I never forgot where I came from. I always remember my time on Guam. And the one thing that I love about being Chamorro and our culture is that we are community first, right? And I tell on the campaign trail, I am telling people about Inafamelec, right? And how our community is based on respect and reciprocity and caring for each other. And I'm finding that that's actually resounding with a lot of the voters here. But in terms of how I got to this point, so I actually never meant to be in tech. I originally applied to UC San Diego as an aerospace engineer because I thought I wanted to work for NASA. But I had to apply for a second major, a backup major, which was computer science. And the only reason I chose that was because at the time I loved playing video games, didn't know anything about coding at all, and only knew that you needed a computer to create video games. So that's why I chose it. But honestly, by just a stroke of fortune, it was the career track that I think, really I was meant to be in, because it has unlocked so much opportunity for myself. It's been able, being a software engineer has allowed me to help take care of my family. I've been able to take care of myself, and really every time I've been given an opportunity in this career, I've always thought, okay, how can I give back to the community, right? So yes, I did work full-time for Intuit. I'm actually working on the campaign full-time right now. But prior to that, I was a software engineer. I worked on TurboTax. And so my job as a senior software engineer was to lead teams of software engineers to develop and deliver solutions for millions of Americans to help overcome their financial challenges. And so along the way, to my eventual career track as a software engineer, in tech, there isn't a whole lot of diversity. There's not a lot of women. There's not a lot of Pacific Islanders. There's not a lot of other minorities. But again, seeing the benefits of being in tech has just driven me to think, okay, how can we open up these opportunities to other communities as well? Because going to school for computer science was really, really hard. I didn't know that UCSD was one of the best computer science schools in the nation, if not the world. And although my fellow classmates were really helpful, it was new. This was back in 2010 when tech was just starting to come, to fruition. So, I thought, oh, man, I wish I learned this earlier. And so the way I got my start in being involved in in giving back to the tech community was in 2011 when I was on the founding board of UCSD's Women in Computing organization. Our whole mission was to recruit and retain and support women in tech. So a lot of the work that I did was focused on outreach.
And Kylie, I did also want to ask you, before we get into some of the policies and how that relates to your expertise, I did want to ask you if you could just explain a little bit about where your district and a little bit about also the House of Reps. Is this the local House of Representatives for California? Can you just set the stage for us politically, what office you're running for and where it's situated?
Yes, so this is a federal office. I would be a congresswoman, just like Congressman Sablon and Congressman Nicholas. I would be actually able to represent not only just San Diego, but I would be able to work on federal law that affects everybody, including the territories. So that's why this, pursuing this campaign is extra special to me because, as a Chamorro, like I will be able to lend a voice, like, and have an actual vote on the House floor. Of course, representing my constituents in San Diego, but also being able to bring my perspective as a Chamorro woman who grew up on Guam and all the issues that would affect the entire nation, including the territories. So the district is coastal San Diego. We did just get redistricted, so it's like all the coast of San Diego, but it includes inland areas like San Marcos and Escondido, and it is a heavily Democratic district. It actually got even more blue with the redistricting. So, I think the people here really want the kind of bold and progressive change that I've been fighting for at least for a few years now.
And so you've lived in San Diego for the past 11 years. I was looking at your campaign platform, and one of the things you write there very clearly is that you say, we can't expect the bold change we need from establishment politicians like Scott Peters. I'm not in San Diego. I don't know Scott Peters' politics, but I assume is he the incumbent that you're trying to take his seat from?
He is, yes.
And so I guess we're seeing a rise of people like yourself pursuing office, challenging quote unquote traditional politicians. How do you feel mounting this campaign? I assume that most of your efforts are grassroots, or is it?
It is, and it's exciting, and really, again, like, I can't stress enough how much, like, being Chamorro has really influenced me and prepared me to take on something like this. I know it's going to be hard and it's going to be an uphill battle, but, I grew up in a culture where, women make decisions, right? Like, we have, Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, who's our governor now, and we have all of these women who make up the Guam legislature. Like, ever since I was a kid, I have always seen what strong female leadership looks like. So I think emotionally and mentally, that has helped me prepare to take on what I'm about to prepare. But yes, so Representative Scott Peters, to give him credit, San Diego used to be heavily red, like very, very Republican. And when he won, he flipped the district blue. But since then, the types of decisions that he has made as a leader have been, I feel like, short-sighted and not really thinking about the future of San Diego. So as an example, because again, the climate crisis is just something that we're all going to face very, very soon. He voted against a version of the Build Back Better bill that would have dedicated $500 billion to fighting climate change. And that's huge. And he voted it down. Another one is with prescription drug prices. He voted against a version of the bill that would have allowed the government to negotiate down prescription drug prices, which, as we all know, is a huge part of our medical bills.
Yeah, and Kylie, your campaign definitely spans a lot of those Democratic platform issues, from the Green New Deal to healthcare for all, public education, and you also even mentioned immigration rights. I did want to ask you, though, have you ever thought about coming home and running here? I know you're just starting your political campaign, but has that thought crossed your mind?
I know, my parents have joked about that. But, I feel like it's just, I do miss home. Again, like, being able to carry these values on the mainland has given me so much joy, because people don't know about Guam. Like, when I first moved out here, I honestly felt like I kind of had like a quasi-immigrant experience, because I even had teachers who would say things like, oh, your English is good, or, oh, you're, do you have power on Guam, or do you wear grass skirts, or do you live in grass huts? And it's like, no, we're a U.S. territory, right? You're supposed to be a teacher. But in any case, I think the pride that I have with being out here is being able to, again, lend a voice to our people, because we all know, like, there was Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene who didn't know that we were a U.S. territory. Like, how, oh gosh, like, that is just so really disappointing. And I think part of running out here is being able to, again, uplift our people, uplift our island, including CNMI, right? And being able to say, hey, we're here, we exist, we're a part of America as well.
And it's no secret, I think every Chamorro knows someone in San Diego. It's one of the largest populations, California too, outside of the actual islands here in the Northern Marianas and Guam. Is that also part of your outreach? Is that something your campaign is considering? I saw the map of your district for District 50, right? What's the engagement like there? And is the Chamorro demographic in your district going to be a major factor?
Oh, absolutely. I'm not sure if you all know this, but one of the biggest Chamorro festivals is held in San Marcos, which is part of my district. And I actually did some campaign work back there in 2016 for that event. Another part of the district, which I was even really excited about before I decided to run, was they're building the House of Chamorros in Balboa Park, which is one of the hugest, it's one of the biggest parks in San Diego. It's kind of like Central Park, but not that big. But in any case, it gets like 2 to 3 million visitors a year. And so I was planning on volunteering for the House of Chamorros to, again, be able to help spread our culture, to educate people about who we are.
And I guess, do you have a message to folks here at home who are listening to this? I mean, anything you'd like to say to fellow Guamanians?
Yes, I'm just really excited, again, at the opportunity to represent all of you. I really, really hope that I can make all of you proud. Sorry, I'm getting a little emotional. This is huge. It's huge for our people. Again, to be able to actually have like a platform to say, like, we are Chamorro, we're here. We're just not some, small little island that only gets attention when military buildup or tensions happen. We are a people who care about community, and that's what I hope to really be able to campaign on and show, not just San Diego, not just the people of Guam, but all of America, of who we are. So I would really appreciate your support. You can find more information about me at KylieTitano.com. And if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I always make time for my people. So feel free to DM me on IG or Twitter or email, whatever.
All right, Kylie.
Thank you, Kylie.
Yeah, we'll definitely be in touch, and especially tracking your campaign and the progress you make.
I think we got just a little bit of Finadeni in our eye in here, Tomas. Just a little.
Start cutting the onions?
Someone's cutting onions again. I told you, no onions in the studio. Kylie, thank you, and good luck. Okay?
Thank you. Best of luck to you.
Thanks, Kylie. Again, Kylie Titano running for Congress in California's 50th district. She's saying loud and clear, the time is now for bold change. So we'll track her campaign. Lots of big news this election year, including in California for us.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big chance to actually get a Chamorro who can vote in Congress.
So right, and just fresh off the Senate committee hearing that we had this morning, talking about equal treatment of territories and territorial issues. So definitely a game changer. Oftentimes you hear about congressional allies from other states who have no ties to the Marianas. So this would be very interesting to see.
This would be quite an end. Quite an end.
If you have friends and family in San Diego and you're here on Guam, spread the word.
Yeah, you have to vote for her because she's Chamorro now. You have to. Thank you, Kylie, again.
Thank you.
All right, 8:58, quick break, and we're coming back with more of the link. And Jason Solis with our next interview. Good morning.
Guam, our community partner, APL, invites the public to a donation drive to benefit Harvest House right here at home. Join us on Saturday, February 5th from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Cost You Less in Tamuning, where we will be accepting donations. Your contribution would go a long way to supporting our community and those who have come to rely on Harvest House. Any and all donations are welcome. Thank you, Guam. APL, Better Ways.
We want to see your football fan love in time for Valentine's Day and the big game on February 14th. KUAM News and KUAM Digital are rounding up and showcasing football lovers all over the island every day before the big game and giving one lucky fan and their loved ones the chance to win the ultimate Game Day Valentine's Bash at home. All you got to do is send an email to promotions@KUAM.com with the subject Love and Football, or tag and send a DM to the KUAM News page on Instagram. Make sure to include your name and contact info and your Love and Football story. Each and every submission will be entered to win a Game Day Love Fest at their home on Valentine's Day, including a brand new 65-inch 4K TV from Buddy's Home Furnishings, party platters from participating restaurants delivered by Uno Go, beverages and swag from Heineken and Soli, sweet treats, roses for your loved ones, and much more. One lucky winner will be announced on the air on February 11th. Some conditions apply. Winner must be a resident of Guam, must be 21 years or older, and must be available to be featured in a live shot from their home on Game Day, Monday, February 14th.
See KUAM.com for complete rules and regulations. Love and Football is presented by Uno Go and Buddy's Home Furnishings. Let us show you why Buddy's is better. Jamaican Grill, Yaman, together we can. Heaven Sent, the essence of all things beautiful. The Bottle Shack, Heineken and Stoli, enjoy responsibly. And CS Cafe. Join Nestor Lacanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on Infold Zoom. Presented by IT&D and Calvo Enterprises, Inc.
Buenas, Sanhafadi. Part of taking care of yourself is participating in cancer screening. Make it a point to see your doctor at least once a year for an annual visit to discuss your risk and to determine which tests are right for you. Many tests are free or covered by insurance, and there may be programs to help those who don't have insurance. Cancer screening can save your life. There are screening tests that can catch cancer early when it may be easier to treat. So learn more at cancer.org/getscreened.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multimedia platforms of KUAM. Tune into the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live streaming through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Taco Bell. Live Mas. The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUAM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUAM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Häagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Maglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapoco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla, watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV 8 and KUAM TV 11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Pizza Hut stuffed crust is the crust that made crust good. Topped and stuffed with over a half pound of cheese. What are you so afraid of? Loving it? Original stuffed crust, only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
Listen, watch, and learn from the daily Chamorro news updates from KUAM News. Catch them on The Link during the 8 o'clock hour, streaming online on Isla Radio, or on the KUAM News YouTube channel for your convenience. Tune in and stay informed, all while preserving our precious culture through the daily use of our native Chamorro language. Chamorro news updates are brought to you by your familia at First Hawaiian Bank.
Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, IT, and Jack in the Box. Isn't that cool? Kylie Titano had a very outstanding childhood with many great memories of it. Running for Congress in San Diego. Gonna be her in if she makes it. You know what I mean? Good morning. Facebook Live, good morning on you. How are you guys? Good, right. Let's go in some of our comments here. This is Microchild, by the way. Sandra comments in here. Leche, Lou asking for more money. Milk it. When are we using ARP money? Or why are we using ARP money for some of Adeloop's payroll? What else we got here? Rosemary says, it's embarrassing to hear our governor ask for more federal funds and those present are unaware that the governor has been issuing pay raises to GovGuam employees. If they only knew what's really going on here. The comment thread continues. The governor is creating unnecessary positions that aren't needed now or even before COVID. Still more ARP money that's just sitting there yet asking for more money. A lot of money was used. So disappointing. Wasted money due to the no plans. Plans that should have been in place before this pandemic. Rosemary says, I believe she always had a plan but refused to divulge it to the people. And it was a little ironic when there was a billionaire philanthropist, white guy, who was talking about female governors, and he singled out Governor Lilian Guerrero and asked her if women were better at bipartisanship. And, of course, the governor said, yeah. And then she kind of went on and talked about how she just works with everybody, which had me scratching my head because she only works with those who are in. That's their whole thing. It's an in, you know. And, I mean, it is what it is. Oh, my God, I can't believe I said it. But it is just kind of funny to let's see how our governor carries herself in the nation's capital. Remember that the last national governors meeting that she went to? I believe that was the Governors Association meeting. She had said that thing about, my senators back in Guam, they're very mad because they cannot touch this ARP. And so it did come up in this Senate hearing about the ARP, and they asked the different governors of the territories, which of the federal aid packages did you guys, like the most, which one helped the most? And there were a lot of detailed answers with the different governors, not from Governor Liu, though. She basically said, ARP, that's the best. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but not so much. We can play the clip. You can go watch the hearing. Do your due diligence. Or you could just take my word for it, which works too. Good morning. Man, I had this opportunity yesterday to jump on an interview that our public health reporter, Daniel Perez, was conducting with the Department of Public Health and Social Services, just because, as you guys know and are well aware, there's a ban on the link. So how it is nobody from the administration, from the cabinet, on down to the lowliest of the low public information officers, they simply can't come on the link. They go on other shows. I know because I pay attention. But they can't come on the link. And so when we got a lot of questions, it becomes necessary for us to kind of like track down these opportunities for access to these government officials. And so that's what I did yesterday. I was able to jump on the Zoom, and I wanted to really kind of go in with the incident commander, former Senator Fernando Estevez, and also the chief medical officer of public health, Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero, about the changes in the isolation and quarantine protocols here. Remember, they came out and they now basically said that if you're vaxxed and boosted and you're close contact to a known positive, you can just go about your business, to go to work, to school, whatever. And I thought that was kind of crazy because just a few weeks ago they were telling us that after 5 days you were still contagious, right? And you still had to isolate and quarantine. So I was able to get in and ask them a lot of questions about this whole policy. And I think you guys are going to want to listen up because I was thinking about it last night with this interview. To me, there were some big things that were said in this interview about the motivation that public health has in making these decisions. And again, it's an interview I did with public health and featured on this Zoom former Senator Fernando Estevez, who is now the incident commander for the COVID-19 response. and Chief Medical Officer for DPHSS, Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero.
I don't know if Dr. Bob Yunano can address this. So with if you're boosted, it's a 5-day. If you don't show symptoms, 5 days, and then you can go back to work, right? Can you kind of just like maybe address the concerns that people have about? Because I believe that previously that wasn't the advice, right?
That's correct.
So maybe because I know people have a lot of questions about why is it okay now, or especially with the whole asymptomatic issue. I just feel like a lot of people are kind of scratching their head, and so if you could just speak to that and maybe the justification for it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think first we have to just understand the same baseline. I think there's a common misconception that the primary focus of the COVID response is to eliminate spread. And I know I've said it previously, that is not the primary focus. At this stage in the pandemic, the primary focus is the protection of our healthcare infrastructure. And in order to do that, we have to risk stratify that based on data and risk.
So Fernando, if I understand that correctly, you're saying that, maybe I'm paraphrasing, but it's too late to stop the spread. We don't have the resources to kind of do that, or, the timeline, obviously, understand can't do it, right? So how does that address?
To be clear, Chris, first, it's not about the resources, right? In terms of stopping the spread, it's more indicative of how the virus behaves and the transmissibility. If you look across the entire United States and the direction that many jurisdictions, not just in the United States, but the world are taking, is an understanding that the virus transmits in a way that is not practical to try to stop the spread.
So you're just basically saying it's an acceptable loss, I guess, right?
Well, can you be specific when you define loss?
Well, acceptable spread.
Correct.
Okay, so I wanted to just go back to the data that Dr. Ann has presented. I mean, it's been kind of the same story. The 18 to 39-year-olds spread it, and then they say, anecdotally, oh, they're going out, they're bringing it back home to the elderly and stuff. So, and since they're younger and healthier, maybe they might not get the symptoms, or they might get the really mild symptoms where they don't necessarily feel like they have to report it. And then if we're not testing them, so I guess what I'm trying to get to, Fernando, is if we're going back after 5 days and we're prioritizing the testing, are you guys comfortable with the spread that might occur from 18 to 39, people who aren't so sick, and going to those groups, those vulnerable groups that we're trying to protect?
So let me just go in on a little bit on that. So, Chris, so first of all, cutting down the isolation and quarantine from 10 days to 5 days. You're basically, even if you were isolating or quarantining for 10 days, there's still like 1 out of 10 people that's after the quarantine or isolation can spread it. When you cut it down to 5 days, it decreases it down. I mean, it's increased to maybe about 2 to 3 out of 10 can spread it afterwards. So part of the issues is that not only do we have to think about the medical health, but we also have to think about the economic health. If you don't have people at work, how are you going to run the power plants? If you don't have people at the grocery store, how are you going to? So the risk is slightly higher, but it still decreases the total risk of spreading the disease. And like Fernando was saying, part of the thing is we also need to look at the fact that with this Omicron, it's very easily transmissible. Now, going back to what we've said before, if you're fully vaccinated, boosted, wearing your mask, social distancing, washing your hands, with all those layers of protection, the likelihood of spreading it decreases. The likelihood of you getting a major infection decreases, and the likelihood of dying from the disease decreases. And then now, and if you throw in the antivirals that we're starting to do, the pills, and then also the IV infusion that's currently being done at GRMC, GRC, SDA, and GMH. And hopefully by the end of the week, we'll be also doing it at the Manila Senior Citizen Center. With all those layer of protections and treatment, then the risk of spreading the disease, the risk of having serious illness from the disease continues to be low. But again, the main thing that we should also focus on is this. We can only do so much with the isolation and the quarantine. And that's why we need to depend on the public to continue to do the three W's, continue to try to get immunized. And if they are, like I said, if they are sick, get checked, tested to see if they are, and then get the antivirals or the monoclonal antibodies. Only with that can we see less hospitalization, which is what we're trying to do. We don't want to overrun the hospital. I mean, you look in the States, you got some places where I think the state of Missouri, they ran out of hospital space. They had to transfer patients 200 to 400 miles away. Obviously, we can't do that here. But not only can you not see your family members if they're in the hospital, but now they're 200 to 400 miles away. There were jurisdictions in the States that had to have them ship ventilators. They're having the National Guard open up isolation rooms. So we don't want to get to that point. And if everybody does what they're supposed to do, we may never reach that point at all. Yes, Omicron is not as vigorous as Delta was, but that's just a relative term, okay? If you're not vaccinated, then there's always that risk that you can get serious disease. So with all these layers of protection and the isolation and quarantining for 5 days, the risk of spreading it, the risk of serious infections, the risk of death is decreased. But that's only if we as the public continue to follow those steps. Thank you.
Right. Dr. Bob.
Chris, sorry, back to your question, because I think one part of it wasn't answered. So just to be clear, right, there's a big difference between facing reality versus us being comfortable and happy about it. We're not happy that spread is the way it is, but we're really facing the reality of what we see in front of us, right? And that's key. And so I just want to make sure that there's an understanding that we, if there was the ability to truly stop the spread, then we would do it, but that's just not there. And we have to rely on all the other layers of mitigation and protection that Dr. Bob had mentioned.
Right. I mean, and I know there's trains of thought that talk about, had we done measures earlier ahead of the surge, could they have led to a decrease in cases during the surge? But I just wanted to kind of go back to what Dr. Bob had said. So basically, the thinking is that with the decreased quarantine and isolation, you are exposing the risk of transmission, but you're hoping to catch whatever vulnerable groups are affected with the prioritized testing and the monoclonal antibody treatment. So that's
and the
kind of where
vaccinations.
I got it right. Okay. I guess the other question I had, so you're basically, you talked about the economy, Dr. Bob. So this, because I know a lot of the decisions you guys make are based on science, but you're basically saying that this decision is because we have too many people missing out of work.
Well, Chris, I like to take this. What do you think happens to our healthcare system if we can't run the power plants? What do you think happens to if people who are in underserved populations can't go access a grocery store that accepts SNAP? It's not, I'd hate to just resolve it specifically to the economy. What we're talking about is society. Let's be more specific. We can't have society shut down because of this. So it's not economy, it's not money driven. There are government services and there are critical services that rely on the ability of people to be able to perform those services.
No, yeah, I get what you're saying, Fernando, but I'm just saying that
pretty much every decision that you guys have made during this pandemic, we've been told it's based on the science. And now we're kind of departing from that. I mean, whether it's economy or society or whatever. And I think that's where some people might be having an issue with, okay, all these changing guidances, if it's not rooted in science and it's more so that people can keep going to work to hold up the island, which I do understand, then I think it's a big attitude adjustment, right? And it's almost like what Dr. Bob had said about the Omicron not being as vigorous as Delta. I think there's a big attitude adjustment that I talked about with Dr. David, where people just can't reconcile these crazy numbers. The approach that, we're in, where it's like, okay, we can't control the spread, and we're being told it's mild, but then they see these high numbers and the kids are going to school and GDOE's dashboard is high risk. So can you kind of just, again, explain to the public why these high case counts are, and I don't want to say nothing to be alarmed about, but I mean, apparently the risk isn't so bad that we're adjusting the ISO and quarantine policies so that people can go to work. So it's just a tough sell for us in the media, because of course we want to caution people to be safe, but when we're doing things like fiddling with the quarantine again, so people can go to work, or we're just coming out with all these different guidance, again, it's a hard sell for us, because people just see 500, 600, 700, 800 cases, and of course we've been trained to think that that's crazy. It's we shouldn't be going to work in these conditions or school, right? So how do you kind of like sell that to the public that, hey, I mean, it's okay, but it's like not okay?
That's definitely that's fair, right? And we do understand that the public is concerned, and then over time they have definitely been hyper focused on the case counts, but case counts hasn't been a determination of disease burden as the biggest determination of disease burden for quite a while now, right? And that's where the science comes into play. Now, could we have done a better job of, communicating with the public on, how these considerations, what's being analyzed? Absolutely, right? And that's definitely one of the reasons when I became IC at the end of December, why, I make it a point to attend the press briefings and share information. But, all I can do is apologize and say that, at this point, it is what it is, and we're going to move forward. But case count is not the biggest determination of disease burden. And as Dr. Bob had mentioned, it's the total number of hospitalizations that we have relative that are in there due to COVID-19 infection. And that's how we measure it. Because again, we look at the previous iterations, such as the CAR score, which had very heavily weighted considerations for transmission. We were dealing with different variants of the virus as well that were more severe. And so case counts was a premonition to hospitalizations, but a lot of that has changed because, one, of course, high vaccination rate, high boost rates, as well as the introduction of therapeutics, and also streamlined strategic targeted testing for high-risk individuals as a pipeline to get treated. Those are the biggest changes from the past. And so, we do understand that over time, yes, people got really used to looking at the case counts, and it is going to be a transition. But as we live with this virus, hospital burden is going to be the biggest determination.
Fernando, just looking at some news, and it's real piecemeal, right? But you're starting to see these stories where this country has just lifted every restriction, and a lot of it is because they feel like Omicron is just, like you guys said, not as vigorous or mild. Do you think we're anywhere near that point? I know it's kind of crazy to ask in the middle of this surge, but do you see that kind of finish line down the road at all?
I mean, a finish line is always there. Now, do I foresee it in the next couple of months? I don't. I think when you consider that, overall our communities, very much adopted kind of mask policies and mask cultures, right? I'm very comfortable with it. So, fortunately here on Guam, we don't face a lot of the political pressures to lift those mask restrictions. So, the ability to have that, it definitely a response, and there's definitely been a huge benefit to our community because of them. So I don't foresee that changing in the near term.
Thank you, Fernando. Thank you, Daniel. Thanks, Dr. Bob.
Thank you, Chris.
All right, there he goes. A little interview I did with the incident commander, Fernando Esteves, and Dr. Bob Leon Guerrero. Pretty insightful stuff there as the incident commander, Fernando Esteves, and the chief medical officer for public health. I don't know. I felt like they kind of caved on the answer. Why did you guys change the protocol? And they said it was basically because the island would fall apart if we continued with the old protocol, because people wouldn't be able to go to work. The Fernando Esteves had said that, hey, what do you think is going to happen to healthcare if we don't have enough people to run the power plant? And I think that's where it starts getting really iffy for a lot of people, is when we're told for the last couple years that they're making decisions based on the science, right? And you heard this in the interview. And then all of a sudden they're making decisions now based on economics and, people's jobs, which is something that we hear in the States all the time when people are critical of the CDC guidances that are ever changing and always evolving, and it is what it is. So I just thought that was kind of interesting. It's also interesting how this expected pivot that the public has been expected to make, right? And I'm talking about the idea that the governor, the lieutenant governor, public health and social services, they are basically telling us that we just have to accept this situation that we're in, that we have to accept, 90 student cases reported yesterday. We have to accept that GDOE's own dashboard says that it's a high risk to send our kids to school. It's a high risk right now with this crazy surge. And so that's, I just think it's a quick pivot. I don't think mentally we can adjust. I mean, the credibility, the accountability, there's been issues during this pandemic. And I think when they start making decisions based on we need people to work, it's really easy for a lot of people to just kind of check out on how serious this pandemic is. I mean, if we're making decisions based on people got to go to work, then why are we still in a public health emergency? You know what I'm saying? If that's where we're at, if the Omicron is such a nothing burger that we're willing to send people to work with it, I don't even know what to say anymore. Then why are we even doing this? Why are we doing this? It just kind of seems like there's the comments that when we had Dr. Berg's interview on, people had made the comment that they had feel like we're an experiment in a petri dish, right? And when you find out public health is making these decisions and changing up their protocols so that people can go to work, I don't know. At first I used to think, that's crazy. You think we're in a petri dish? Come on now. But now I'm thinking like, okay, are we? Are we? It's 9:31. We're going to take a quick break. We're brought to you by Pacific Points, Cabo Enterprises, ITNE, and Jack in the Box. On this Wednesday, February 2nd, we're going to the University of Guam next with Jason Solis. Right here on The Link. Good morning.
Confident Guam, our community partner, APL, invites the public to a donation drive to benefit Harvest House right here at home. Join us on Saturday, February 5th from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Costules in Tamuning, where we will be accepting donations. Your contribution would go a long way to supporting our community and those who have come to rely on Harvest House. Any and all donations are welcome. Thank you, Guam. APL, Better Ways.
Join Nestor Lacanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by ITND and Calvo Enterprises, Inc.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Pizza Hut stuffed crust is the crust that made crust good. Topped and stuffed with over a half-pound of cheese. What are you so afraid of? Loving it? Original stuffed crust, only from Pizza Hut. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC and the Medical City, where patients are partners.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. KUAM Communication is your go-to source for the biggest national and international sports events. Check out KUAM TV8 and KUAM TV11 for the biggest sports specials, championships, and events from every court, track, field, and playing ground. We're bringing you all the action and excitement. Brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific. KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows. This season, KUAM Communications is ready to go with more games, more championships, and more sports specials guaranteed to bring out the fan in you. Don't miss a minute of gameplay from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. We're bringing you all the action and excitement brought to you locally by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape and Docomo Pacific.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the Sinamay, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
All right, welcome back to The Link, everybody, on a Wednesday. A happy hump day to you and your family, and we hope you guys are staying safe. Please get tested if you need to. Remember, if you do need to make an appointment to receive a COVID test, you can go to tinyurl.com/COVID stops with me. Thank you for taking care of our island community. You know, and the opportunity to explore culture, to take a historical perspective of where our people are, how we got here, and even possibly where we're going, is an opportunity that none of you should pass up. And we have Dr. Michael Carson, who is an archaeologist with the University of Guam, and we are going to talk about making that opportunity, one that should not be passed up, to a great many people. So, Dr. Carson, welcome to the show, and we're very glad to have you here.
Hey, Jason, good morning, and thanks for having me on your program.
First, I want to say, Doc, you know, I have been a fan of archaeology since I watched Raiders of the Lost Ark way back in 1984. I'm sure that's like the gold standard for any proper self-respecting archaeologist. But
oh yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say your headphones game is really, really strong too. You can probably hear all the way back to Mesopotamia. And that's about all the archaeology humor I can never have. That in the opening scene for The Exorcist, but you know that's a completely different interview.
Yeah, that's a different approach.
Yeah,
right? Yeah. Indiana Jones. My life is exactly like that. You know, except there's not too many Nazis right now.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Some of my colleagues are pretty close.
And hopefully faces not getting all like burning off and everything like that. But yeah, go watch the movie, everybody. It's probably on Netflix. It's a great movie. So Doc, one of the things that as an archaeologist, you study the movement of people over time and, like their behaviors and their tendencies and everything. What makes that such a distinct discipline for people here in the Marianas, and like how we have moved around and how we've chose to settle, and like how we even move around more?
Yeah, Jason, you make a really good point there. Yeah, archaeology is, fundamentally what we look at is we're looking for facts about what people did in the past, right? And one of the things that people did in the past is exactly like you said, is mobility, migration, movement through what we call our sea of islands, right? So the ocean and the land, linked together. That people aren't necessarily just living in one place all the time for their entire life and for multiple generations, but rather exploring the world and adapting to things that change. I mean, we're still doing it now, right? We're still learning how to adapt with things that are happening to us, with the virus and with climate change and other things happening to us.
Exactly. I can't even imagine how much, this pandemic era, like maybe 10 years into the future, how much this is going to be a case study for people in your profession and everything about like, how people migrated around, they clustered, whether, we were forced to or whether we made the choice to and everything like that, and how that all played out. I've never even considered that. That's interesting.
Yeah. So if we look at the things that are challenging to us today, right, you could be pretty sure that historically or even in ancient history, like in archaeology, other people have faced this similar kinds of problems, right? So that's how archaeology can be relevant and useful to us, to anyone. And you could say that at a global scale, right? But locally, say in Guam and the Marianas, what is special about our place that gives us something that we can learn in archaeology? And that's what you said about, the ability to migrate and be mobile and using the sea and the land together. Also, that close relationship with the coastlines gives us an opportunity to learn how did the Chamorro ancestors in the distant past cope with a change, say, in sea level, because sea level did change during the time people were living here. We have new and different coral reefs now.
Several hundred years ago, obviously, people were looking out at the horizon on the ocean and they literally thought that was the end of the world. They thought, there was nothing else on the planet.
Right. For the Marianas and for Micronesia, I would modify that a little bit, saying that they probably, at least not everybody, but some people knew that if they explored, then they would find something. Or maybe that that personal feeling of exploration, that they wanted to go find something. That sense of adventure. I don't think everybody was like that, but certainly in Micronesia, at least a few people had that spark, to explore across the horizons, and we can see how through time there were moments of migrations when people explored different parts of the Pacific, and one of them would be when people first came to live in Guam and the Marianas. So what happened during that time? What made that voyage possible at that point in time and not earlier, right? Or later people voyaged to other places, but what was it about that time in terms of the population size and density? Were they in their homeland? Were things getting too crowded for them, looking for new places, or was it just the will to explore across the horizon, or was something happening in the climate with the reliability of the foods that they were eating? Like, was something happening that was making crops fail and they needed to look somewhere else, or was something happening in the ocean or with the ocean currents? So we can look at the timing and understand what happened. We also can look at when people were already living in Guam and Saipan and Tinian and other islands, and when their sea level changed and their coral reef system changed, then how did they adapt with it? what things did they do that were successful for them, and what things did they do that it wasn't working so well, and they needed to abandon that and adapt. And of course, people were successful overall because we're still here, right? More people are still.
And is it fair to say, Doc, that throughout the Marianas, even maybe more at a more micro level, we can even consider things like how people tended to migrate to different regions within the same island? Is maybe they went there for economic reasons, or they went there for agricultural opportunities, or
exactly. You hit it exactly on one of the key points that we can research in archaeology, because we're looking at just those material remains, right? So we see, where did people live at each time period, right? So the oldest time period, there's a few sites, and then later time periods, there's more sites in more diverse areas. So logically, that means, okay, there's more people living in more places, and at a certain point in time, people are moving to live not only at the coasts where they have access to their, the water and the shellfish and things, but also moving to other places with more forest resources or inland resources. So something is changing in the way that people live in the environment. So that's really interesting. We can see that it does happen. We can see that material record.
Sure.
And then we can start thinking, okay, well, why did that happen? What was the motivation, or what was were people forced to do that, or did they want to expand? Then we can start developing these ideas and looking for how to prove or disprove those ideas.
And when I was at UOG, I was there from 92 to 96, and there were always like 3 or 4 archaeology majors, and there were a couple like graduate assistants, and they were always like the most intellectually curious, really, really smart people, really engaging. You could always strike up a conversation with them, and they'd always go really, really deep, and always be embracing of information and new ideas and everything. So obviously the field of archaeology, it's so broad, and you have to have a very open mind about things. And to that point, you're actually offering a virtual mini course to actually talk about archaeology within the region, and for people. So please tell me all about that, because that's fascinating.
Thanks for bringing that up. I get to pitch the online mini course.
Absolutely, we're here to help, man.
The mini course, at least for myself, working in archaeology, people are just so curious and want to know more, and I try to share as much information as I can, but I realize people just don't have access, right, to information. They're not going to read like a 500-page technical report with data tables and numbers in it, right? They just want to know, okay, what did you find, and what can I learn about the ancient Chamorro past, and how does that relate with today? These basic questions that are very interesting to people. So I thought, well, why not we just open up a course at UOG. It's not going to be an entire semester. This mini course is just 5 days of meetings. It's in the month of March. So 2 hours per day for 5 days over the course of about 2 weeks. So it's in early March.
And that's very doable. And this isn't just for for students. Can this also be undertaken by professionals, people in different disciplines? And
yeah. What we're doing is offering this course through our Global Learning and Environment. That's called Global Learning and Engagement, GLE. And so that's global. So it means anyone can enroll. Anyone can register. You don't need to be a student. You could be a working professional. You could be someone who has been working in archaeology or history for a long time, and you just feel like, I want to learn, the most updated information. This is your opportunity to do that. So we have so many people in Guam and in Saipan and Rota, like at our historic preservation offices, or the different U.S. government agencies like National Park Service, Fish and Wildlife, Navy. We have our great partners at like Guam Museum, or not only the Historic Preservation Office, but the different institutes that work on preserving Guam
Certainly.
heritage and culture. So like all of our great partners can be part of these things.
Now, Doc, even though you said this isn't like let's call it air quotes, traditional academic course over the course of a 12-week semester.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Because this is a mini course, could participants still perhaps use this for maybe continuing education, or can they list this on their resume?
Yeah. They absolutely can. You hit exactly on the right point. So what we're doing is making this available in spread out over those 2 weeks, or 2.5 weeks. So it's easy for everyone to manage. Just 2 hours per session, and through the Global Learning and Engagement Office, people will gain one continuing credit unit that they could use toward a degree program if they're in one. Or they can use that or with the certificate that we give you in your job profile. And
I'm thinking teachers too, like anybody out in public sector, private sector,
Yes.
DODEA, federal program, and everything. This is a fantastic thing to have, hopefully on your growing CV.
Yeah, it's something many of our partners in like a Department of the Interior, so that's like National Park Service and Fish and Wildlife Service at the U.S. level, they can use the certificate from this course exactly in the way that you said toward their job profile. And you could do something similar in other local Guam offices and also in the CNMI. That's exactly right. So this is the kind of course where you don't need to devote an entire semester to it. You don't need to enroll formally as a student in a degree program. This is something that anyone can access.
But you are going to have to work. I mean, it is and under your tutelage and everything. Yeah, people are going to have to put their thinking caps on.
You got to put in the effort, right? You're devoting your time. You're devoting your effort during those few hours to learn and be engaged. So I will present information in the first part, and then we will have some discussion and learning exercises for everybody. And they're not difficult. Anyone can do these things. It's really just encouraging people to think, in creative ways about archaeology and ancient history.
Okay. May I just ask about format, Doc, if I could, because and obviously like we're a show and we have like a lot of regional pride and regional focus, but there are obviously Guamanians and people from the region scattered throughout the world and everything. They may want to participate, but because of time zone differences, they may still want to jump in. So is this a real-time mini course, or is it like on-demand videos?
It's a real-time course.
Okay.
Because
cool.
we're not quite set up to do the on-demand part just yet. I want people to be engaged and have discussions with each other. That's a large part of this course. So we're doing it live. So we do have a number of people already who have expressed interest coming from the Chamorro communities living abroad in San Diego and Oregon and other places. They're welcome. They say, okay, it's going to be a little difficult with the time zone, but yeah, we can do it. So the more the merrier, the more diversity we bring in, the better, really.
And we do want to tell people, if you are interested in asking any questions of Dr. Carson about his course, the email you want to hit up is uog.gle, as he said, global learning environment?
Global learning and engagement.
Global learning and engagement. There you go. So uog.gle at triton.uog.edu. Once more, uog.gle at triton.uog.edu. Doc, this sounds like a fantastic opportunity, and we'd love to have you back on the show, find out how many people signed up. Hopefully you can do this really, really at scale, and you get a ton of people doing this, because archaeology is such a field that will do nothing but enrich you. I mean, you only win when you take up archaeology.
Yeah, well, you said it, not me. That's the best sales pitch I've ever heard.
Let me just say that somewhere, somehow, Indiana Jones is smiling right now.
I hope so. And like I said, just like the global learning and engagement, that kind of says everything what we want to do right there. We want to be global, get everybody involved, want everyone to learn, we want everyone to be engaged. So sign up for it if you can. If you have any questions, just be in touch with us. And Jason, very happy you made the time for us on the show.
Absolutely. Our pleasure.
Yeah, great to be here with you.
And you've got an open invitation. You ever want to come back on the show and talk about like anything that you guys are doing up there at UOG? All you got to do is, you're in. All you got to do is just send us a message and we'll give you a time and a date.
Don't even send us a message. You have the Zoom link. It's always the same. So just pop on randomly.
Yeah, let's jump in. Jump into.
There you go.
Thanks, Mike.
We don't mind being video bombed when it's by really cool people.
9:53. We're going to take a quick break, and we're back with more of the show. We'll actually wrap it up next, right here on the link. Good morning.
Get your dancing
Confident
shoes
Guam,
on and
our
be
community
prepared.
partner, APL, invites the public to a donation drive to benefit Harvest House right here at home. Join us on Saturday, February 5th from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Costules in Tamuning, where we will be accepting donations. Your contribution would go a long way to supporting our community and those who have come to rely on Harvest House. Any and all donations are welcome. Thank you, Guam. APL, Better Ways.
Join Nestor Lacanto for virtual in-depth discussions with the movers and shakers in our community every Wednesday on In Full Zoom. Presented by IT&D and Calvo Enterprises, Inc.
Pacific Matters is a half-hour news, culture, and lifestyle show focused on issues that impact Guam, the Northern Mariana Islands, and the larger Pacific region. Join Tomas Naglonia every Monday to discuss politics, trends, and take a deep dive into the issues changing our island home, because what happens in the Pacific matters.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Let us know what's up on our KOM News WhatsApp tip line at 671-727-0094. Share information about what's happening in your town, on Guam or the Sinamai, and what you want us to know. Reach us on WhatsApp at 671-727-0094.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now. $9.56. Good job today, Bree. What are you looking at over there?
The proposed executive branch budget for FY 2023.
Dang, didn't we just do that?
It felt like it was just yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm going to sign up for that archaeology mini course, guys. That is interesting stuff.
I think you'd make a great archaeologist, Jay.
Thank you.
Anyway, Bree.
Yeah, it's 303 pages long.
303 page. Yeah, so
not exactly light reading.
The governor's office has submitted the budget to the legislatura.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm pretty sure there's a lot of. It's almost like the movies now. There's a lot of Easter eggs in there, probably.
Is it gonna be like the Marvel movies? It's like, stay after session because 10 minutes after you get this big bonus clip.
They got everybody getting a raise, Easter eggs. We'll have more on that later. Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
It was a big show as always. Brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, ITD, and Jack in the Box. We're leaving you with Cover Me. Jay, good job today, Jay.
Thanks. A fun show with you guys as always, man. Highlight of my morning.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my friend.
And we appreciate each and every one of you guys for watching. And please, to you and all of your families, please stay safe. We wish you the best.
All right. And don't forget to vote for Kylie Taitano.
Yes.
In San Diego. Not yet, though. The election's not happening. But it's 9:57. Cover Me is brought to you by Burger King, where you can get drive-through Mondays. Every 10th car gets a Whopper on Mondays. And then they're also doing the Italian original chicken sandwich. Our good friends at Burger King. We've been known to slam a Whopper or two around here. get a little mayonnaise on the corner of our mouth.
And that's just one person.
That's it. Yep.
And nothing wrong about taking that extra Whopper and keeping it for yourself.
There's nothing wrong with that. We encourage sharing and caring, but, maybe you're hungry, 9:58 again. It's Cover Me, Facebook Live, KUM TV. Thank you guys so much. This has been another episode of The Link. Sta Hadjo.
Bye.
That are rising and the planet heating up, and whatever plan passed in Congress that I'm sure works fast enough as I sit beneath the starlight in the oasis we neglect. I wonder if a new life is worth dragging into this wreck. I always saw myself as a father, but nowadays I question the bother. And maybe I'll just get to be the uncle daddy was to me. I love and spoil my only niece while we watch the sunset on humanity. I always thought that one day I would bring my son to Guam, but some days I feel scared there won't be sacred ground to walk on. The Air Force and the Navy will have built on all our land, while the rest of us were busy making America's day begin. By the way, I talked to all the aliens that we're afraid of. They said that we don't need that telescope on Mauna Kea. They thought that we should probably get a grip on world peace before we go and fly a drone and we call Ingenuity. I always saw myself as a father, but nowadays I question the bother. And maybe I'll just get to be the only